or what, whatever their
Yeah.
paradigm is. Mm,
And then
so
there's the other thing is that it really doesn't, this thing about good and evil, which is
correct.
going to
Yeah,
be,
yeah, yeah, right. Yeah,
where
yeah, yeah.
even if we destroy the world, that's going to be a learning experience. It really, no, it was probably just, don't you remember who you actually are? And that, so I think some of this may be the same thing. So he may pick up an egg, and he may have had the impression it was a non-human intelligence. But a lot of the stuff they could set it up to make this guy think that he's doing this kind of stuff, and then he comes out with it. Because to me, the top secret security clearance, you can get, for one page or whatever, you can be 5 years in jail. I mean, it's like it's really touchy stuff, and which would indicate to me that this is suddenly you have all these guys coming forward who have these top secret security clearances who are now saying, the part that bothers me is they're saying, I swore to uphold the Constitution and to keep this secret and all this kind of stuff. And then it's suddenly you violated your security clearance and lied to the government. Now you're coming to say you're going to tell me the truth, and I'm a researcher on the street. Like, why wouldn't you go to the New York Times? Why wouldn't you go to the Washington Post and stuff like that? Where I still have that idea that the government is leaking, and you get like people like Chris Mellon say, absolutely not. There's no way they're leaking stuff, and yes, they are, because they went to Tom DeLonge, and I don't care what he says. Tom DeLonge was in a skiff, and that Ryder was the guy that asked him the question. Well, I'm pretty sure he was in the skiff as well. And Ryder says to the question to him, he says, "So I just want to know how they get here. How does the propulsion system work?" And that's when Tom DeLonge was hanging around with Greer, and he said, consciousness is involved. And then he said the guy started talking, and all he wanted to talk about for 45 minutes was consciousness. Now that sounds exactly like a writer, that James Ryder. So they were helping Tom DeLonge. I don't care what he says. Everybody says Tom DeLonge did this great job. Yeah, he did a great job, but he was given all those people, except for the first guy. He was given, all those people were given to him by this guy, and then go here, now go there, and they built up this whole stuff. And Jim Semivan will defend it by saying, well, he didn't get any classified material, but they were still helping him. I mean, if you got a 2-star general at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, they're not telling you what to do, where to go and what to look, and they're not doing the same thing with me. They don't have the guy that's running the nuclear missiles for the U.S. that's telling me what to do, and these are the guys that are talking to Tom DeLonge, and that definitely, they have to get permission because they're operational. So there's a difference to me. If the guy's not operational, like Barber and these guys, they're retired, they're out of the service, then they sign off, and then they want to tell their story. They go to Dopser. Dopser says you can talk about this, you can't talk about that. That's okay. But if the guy's operational, if he's McCaslin at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and he's still operational, or he's Robert Weiss who's still operational, head of Lockheed Skunk Works, you cannot talk about classified material. You're still operational. You got to be debriefed, and in your debriefing it says you're never allowed to talk about this. You're never allowed to talk about that. So it's always bothered me with these ideas, but you get this whole thing of acclimatization. So maybe another program of acclimatization. Hillary Clinton saying there's a new nomenclature. It's called psionics. And now the term is out there. People are able to talk about it. And we're making another step, but we're making the proper step towards this consciousness aspect, which, same as me, even 2012, I remember I was interviewed by Jerry Pippin, who was one of the biggest interviewers at that time in the UFO field. And he said to me, I can't believe you've done this, Grad. I just cannot believe you've done this. You went from, you're the president guy, you had the documents, you're the president guy, and you went from that to this woo-woo stuff. And I said, well, I didn't really go. I was kind of teleported there. And this is nobody wanted to talk about consciousness. And you get like Jill Bolte Taylor had the most listened to TED Talk, where she talks about the fact that you did not talk about consciousness when she had this experience where her left brain gets shut down and she's out in the universe, she's as big as the universe and all this kind of stuff. This neuroanatomist. Yeah. And from Harvard and stuff like that, top woman. And she said there's absolutely no way you would lose your position at Harvard if you talked about consciousness. Now it's like everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about psionics and stuff like that. So we're making the right direction, at least moving away from the lights in the sky, which gets you to the point, yes, this stuff's for real. But what happened to me is the second night I saw it, and it was real the first night. The second night it came right at me, and then it sort of made this turn, and it was sort of flying away. And that's just when I went like, okay, that's an extraterrestrial. Like, that is so wild. What's it doing? It's not doing anything. It's just so weird. What's it doing in this little town that was not famous for anything? There was nothing there and stuff like that. I couldn't figure out why it was in this little town in the coldest place in the world and stuff like that. And that's where I think we got to keep the movement towards this idea that it's more complex, and there's this psychic consciousness component, which Lukács actually has now admitted. The propulsion system is a combination of physical and psychic elements. And when you asked him, he said, I'm an expert. So they say, well, they're not leaking stuff. Well, Lukács said, I and maybe Column are experts at taking highly classified material and moving it down to lower classifications. So he was basically saying that's his job, is to sort of get this stuff out. Remember, they asked him what was inside the craft, and then he said, well, if you knew that, you'd know the rest of the book was just primitive. And he said, I can't do it. I've got to go to them and I got to get them to sign off on it. Maybe it'll be in the next book. So he's the guy that's sort of leaking this stuff out a little bit at a time, and that's what they do. So they'll tell two different stories, and there's no verification of anything. And the phenomena does the same thing. Like I was mentioning to you, I had this case in Mount Shasta in 2020, and they have the beings that the one guy saw have these they're 6 beings and they're in white hoods, and he's engaging them. And then at the same time, the same day, they take a film of these people on the ground. They're doing this meditation thing on the ground. They're lying there, and the woman says, can I film? And she gets this voice in her head from a dame and says, yeah, you could film. She starts to film. She goes along the edge. She's filming them, but she's getting the edge of the forest. They're on this place called the sand flats. There's nothing there on these sand flats, and then there's the trees all around the edge of the sand flats. And she goes, and at the very beginning of the film, here's a hooded white figure, which looked like a woman, by this tree. And then it goes, and she pans the camera back, and there's this woman again. And in front of the tree, it looks like there's a portal in front of the tree. The tree is all sort of distorted at the bottom, and there's this big shadow in behind this being, and she's moved a distance, and we can't say it's a woman. And it's the same thing. So the phenomena gives you the story, but they don't give you absolute proof. It's sort of like, wow, man, if we could have gone to that place there or got closer. It was sort of far away, but it's clear as day. It's a very clear figure of this somebody in a hooded white thing standing at the edge of the forest. And that's what the phenomena does. So it doesn't give you the whole thing. It's doing these breadcrumb things that are forcing us to look for the message and figure this whole thing. And that's why I used to call it the theory of wow. Now I call it the Jesus circus, because that's what Jesus did. He had all these weird miracles, feeding 5,000 people, walking on water and stuff, and he get this massive crowd following him, and everybody sort of knew who he was. Then you deliver the message, but you got to get everybody's attention first, and that's what I think they're doing. They're doing these things where they had the one tic tac, and now it's like, okay, they're flying the jet. Okay, go Zogar, go put some bubbles under the water. They make bubbles, and they go, oh, there's bubbles, and the thing is, it's going into the wind, and then now it's the latest sighting, 4 tic tacs, and the drones in New Jersey. There's hundreds of them, and the phenomena is actually, we talked about this. The thing, there's going to be people in the sky, like one of the witnesses that Tim Taylor actually introduced me to, a girl by the name of Connie. She was getting these visions, and I got to know her fairly well. And so I was actually on Tim Taylor's cell phone talking to her, and she had this vision. Tim was getting all her stuff. He was doing what you're supposed to do. Go to the experiencers and say, you're getting these visions, write your visions down for me. Your encounters, write your encounters down for me. Anything that happens, anything weird. And he had a bunch of these experiencers that he was following. And Chris Blesso was one, and this Connie was another. And there was another woman, she wasn't home or something, so I didn't get to talk to her on Tim's cell phone. But that's the whole thing, is that you're looking at these patterns, and that the phenomena is giving us these hints, and it's sort of going, but you've got to talk to people who are interacting with the intelligence. The lights in the sky can only tell you so much in terms of the fact that, yes, it's real. So if you take someone out on a sky watch or whatever, they've never seen anything, and they see something, then the world changes for them. But for you and I, we're sort of on the other end, where we're looking at the experiencers, and you start to realize the stuff that, Gary Nolan's an experiencer, Eric Davis is an experiencer, they're all experiencers, and you realize, like, this may not be a random chance that these people are actually doing this kind of stuff, which is, which I asked Strieber, he didn't really want to go down that route, he didn't deny it, but this whole idea that, we all may have agreed to this kind of stuff, where we agreed to come in and do this kind of stuff, and this is all Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, all the men and women are actors, each man has his entrance and exits and plays many roles. And we've all come in to play the puppet. We're not the puppet, which is the basic mystical teaching that I think the phenomena is going is what they told me in one of my psilocybin experiences was they were playing the Shiva piece on the tape that John Hopkins has his tape, and they're playing this thing on Shiva. It's an East Indian piece, and it's going along, and all of a sudden this whoever says to me, Grant, don't you know who you actually are? And I'm going, what? Are you saying I'm Shiva? Am I Shiva? And I'm thinking, and then later I realized, no, it was probably just, don't you remember who you actually are? And that's the key mystical training is you are not the puppet on the stage. You are the etheric being playing a puppet. And that's what Sherry Wilde was told when they had the thing with Da, where the publisher picks up the Da, says he's from Andromeda. And he said, was he from Andromeda? And she says, well, yeah, that's what he says. And well, he said Zeta, isn't he? Yeah, he says Zeta. He's a gray? Yeah, he's a gray. Well, he can't be from Andromeda then. He's got to be from Zeta Reticuli. He's a Zeta. Really? She says, really? Is that real? Okay, I'm going to go ask him. So next time she comes, he says to Da, okay, so what the hell's going on here? Are you an alien or what? What's going on? Are you actually an alien? He said, no, that would not best describe who I actually am. And then the mystical line, he says, I am actually an etheric being on a mission in the cosmos for the Creator. And that's the whole thing. You got to realize that we're these etheric beings. We come into the world, we leave, we go, or Whitley Strieber's wife, who said, whatever we're dealing with has something to do with death. And then when she dies, she comes to Whitley and she says to Whitley, I am no longer Anne, but I'll always be Anne to you, which indicated that she's gone to another life, but she'll always be Anne in the play that we played on the stage. And so you get all that kind of stuff. So the book I'm doing, this Super Bowl book, which I call The Big Game, goes through all this sort of stuff where I start looking at all these parallels where you say, holy cow, I didn't know this happened in out-of-body experiences. Or in the one with Eben Alexander, famous for the most famous out-of-body experience. He saw aliens. He got pulled by the publisher. He saw aliens during that encounter. And you start to realize, like, there's aliens there, and then there's all these crossovers, and you realize it's all the same thing. That's exactly what Ray Hernandez got in his message when he was pulled out of his car. You got to quit parsing this stuff. It's all the same thing. Consciousness is in the center, and you got to parse it. And for different traditions, so if you're an Eastern tradition, they're going to do like a meditation type thing, and we're more technological, so they may use technology, and that whatever this phenomena is, it's interacting with us. And it may actually be us that's interacting, and we're pulling this stuff up, and we're trying to raise this consciousness, which is moving along pretty fast in terms of where we're going. And I just hope that we get it before we sort of blow it up, because the other problem that we got with the disclosure is that when you get disclosure, the military is still going to run it. They're not giving it up, and they're still going to use it to build weapons. And I say, I'll be damned if I'm going to, help guys get this out with more funding when they could drop bombs on my grandson. And it's this whole idea where the people that want to get this out there are the people who shouldn't have it. These are people who are not going to use it for good. So I think we have a responsibility to put the other side of the story out as to what the message may be from these beings, or whoever they are. I just call it the intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky part. It's a catch-22, is that there's been a disclosure narrative, and it's brought credibility globally to the UFO conversation, which in turn, in a sense, gives credibility to some of the psychic phenomenon stuff. It puts it in people's awareness and their consciousness and the consensus, right? The cultural effects that Jacques Vallée talks about. And so we're having this conversation on a broader scale. Yet, I mean, there's going to be, no matter what you do, there's going to be the people that are going to utilize that for their own purposes, for better or worse, whether they think they're saving the world or whatever their paradigm is.
And then there's the other thing is that it really doesn't, this thing about good and evil, which is going to be, where even if we destroy the world, that's going to be a learning experience. It really doesn't matter what happens, because if you go to your last lifetime and you realize you were abducted, you go, that's pretty cool. Now everybody's a victim, like, oh, terrible, I can't believe it, I got abducted. Or, but if you go back into your past lives, it's going to be forgotten. And if you can pull it up, then it's just what you learn from it. that everything's a learning experience, that whether it's good or bad. And that's when it comes to this weird thing that you know because you had the experience yourself, is this trauma event. When you have a car accident or something, and suddenly, boom, you're out of your body, and suddenly this whole idea that people will say, I don't want any trauma. I want the enlightenment, but I don't want any trauma. And you see it almost over and over again. We wrote about it, Desta and I wrote about it in Contact Modalities, and I was kind of doubting it when I finished the book. I said, it can't be that way, but it is. It's like this trauma event where, trauma is this dissociation thing where I started looking at, why do the aliens wake you up? Because they want to scare the living daylights out of you. And then you go, okay, Zobar, he's ready to go. We got him. And that's the whole idea. Whoever sees anybody being abducted, and you start going into this thing. Nobody sees anybody being abducted. So is this an out-of-body experience? And you start to see that 80% of all people who claim contact with non-human intelligence have had out-of-body experience. 37% have had near-death experiences. 40% say they knew the answer to everything in the universe, which I got in psychedelics. 31% of people in near-death experiences have this thing where they knew the answer to everything in the universe. And then you get this whole idea. So it really gets it weird, because if you're on the craft and they allow you to see this thing where you know the answer to everything in the universe, and then they say you can't take it back, almost like Betty Hill. No, you can't take the book. No, you can't take it back with you. You're gonna forget this. No, I'm not. Yes, you're gonna forget it. And you go back, and all you remember is I knew the answer to everything in the universe. Even like Nick Cook's wife had one in a shared near-death experience where she has this experience where she knew the answer to everything in the universe. But that gives the bigger problem that if you're on board with whatever these beings are, the entities are, if they allowed you to see the answer to everything in the universe, therefore they have the answer to everything in the universe. They're not here looking at rocks to learn about rocks or DNA, or they know everything, and they're here for a different mission. And that's where I think that where Semivan points out this indigestible thing is when you look at it as deep in you as you and I are looking, you realize there's all these really weird things where if the person is telling the truth, it's a whole new ballgame. And you see that almost over and over again, where you pick up stuff where I didn't realize that, that this was happening and that was happening. And you realize it's like these new components. It's same as what happens when we're looking at the universe keeps getting bigger and bigger, and science sort of covers up. They say, there's 100 billion galaxies, and then 2016, suddenly they changed it, and they didn't even apologize. And it's like, oh no, there's 2 trillion. And it's like, you were out by 20 times, and you didn't even apologize. I mean, it's like they're just making up as they go along. And that's what you don't realize, is that the universe, if you go back 100 years ago, we believed the atom might have been solid. We didn't realize there was electrons going around the atom. That was the gold foil experiment in 1911. Or in 1920, people don't realize there's a big debate between the guy who ran Harvard University astronomy and this Curtis guy, another big astronomer, about the big debate, was there more than one galaxy? And the one guy was defending, he said, no, there's more than one galaxy. But in our galaxy, we're at the center of the universe. And the other guy said, no, we're not at the center of the universe, but there's only one galaxy. And this is this whole idea. This is only 100 years ago. And you realize that we've come so far with the spooky action at a distance and all this kind of stuff. The quantum thing has just sort of backed up that Eastern tradition that Hindus and Buddhists had 5,000 years ago. And I believe they got it because they sat in caves. And they picked it up. They were able to enter the field. They were able to dissociate from the physical 3D world and go into there, get that material, bring it back down, and put it out. And we thought they were stupid because they couldn't build cell phones. When the Eastern traditions had this stuff all along, and the more you look at it, the more it looks like Maya is going to be right. It is all going to be illusion. That it's all made out of, or what's the other word they use for it? Reality, absolute analytical realism. This idea that there's a world out there, but it's all made of thought forms. And that's the whole thing. We are the creators. We are co-creators of the universe. That we are God. We are part of God. That we are creating this sort of stuff. And if you go to Michael Newton, you start seeing these backups. That, this could be true, because Michael Newton's talking to these people, 7,000 people, lets them die in their last life, takes them into the spirit world, and they describe it in the spirit world, and they're all describing the same thing. And he's talking to these guys, and he's saying, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm making a rock." "You're building a rock?" "Yeah, I'm building. I don't know how to do plants yet." And this idea that these people between lives are building things out of consciousness, out of energy, and they're forming this sort of stuff. And then you get Mark Sims. Mark Sims has the CE5 encounter with Greer. He has this event where this being comes to him, this Tejabar comes to him, and he's for 13 days he's inside his body, and he says, "Are you an alien?" "No, I'm from here 5,000 years BC or something like that, from the southern coast part of South America. And if you look at his chart, it's exactly the same chart. It starts with very little thing, and the highest beings, the highest entities are creating galaxies, and these are creating rocks. And you go through this whole pattern of 16 different steps, and so you see this crossover over, and it's starting to verify the fact that the Eastern people are probably going to be right about it all. That it's all this Maya stuff, it's all consciousness, there's no physical world, things are popping in and out of reality, and just this really weird world. But hopefully, if the training goes through school with quantum physics and stuff, people will sort of be ready for that world, that where the world is not the way we think it is, where kids are into Star Trek and different dimensions and stuff like that, where I think
Here. I mean, I'm getting closer at least. 12:40. Look, I would have been even quicker if there had just been one episode of Andor. I thought there was only one. That's when I said midnight. If I had known there was going to be three, I would have not said anything. So I only watched the first two. I really like that show. It's really good. It's like stylish, and it's like a good story, and it's also like it hits close to home. It's like this episode there was like there was like some rich lady who's a politician, but she's also like part of the rebellion, and she was like going around trying to get people to like support this bill in the Senate, and they were all like, "No, I don't want to piss off the emperor," which is like seems pretty relevant, no? It's like I told her like last week, Tony was saying that it's like not, it's just about fascism in general. It's not like a real world. No, when they put stuff like that in, it's in there for a reason. There was something last week too. I forget what it was, but dude, yeah. This Grant Cameron guy, he knows a lot. He's put a lot of this shit together. It's like the same stuff that we have access to. It's just that like he's the one that like is okay, well, this means that, and that means that. He's connecting the pieces. What up, dude? Just raving about the Grant Cameron interview. I kind of want to finish it, but there's another 16, 20. Maybe see if we can get to it. 20 minutes of it left. We got some political content to reckon with. Let's see.
Have you heard of the Eye of the Storm? It appears calm for a moment, but is actually a deadly trap. The calm before an even fiercer storm. The US has stirred up a global tariff storm and deliberately targeted China, playing a 90-day pause game with other nations, forcing them to limit trade with China. This is just like the deadly trap of the Eye of the Storm. Bowing to a bully is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It only deepens the crisis. The
Water
US
everywhere,
once
not a
accused
drop to
Japan
drink.
of dumping semiconductors and crushed companies like Toshiba. Later, it forced Japan to sign the Plaza Accord, pushing the economy into decades of anemic growth.
I mean,
The US
that's what I always say, though. I wouldn't worry about it because, I don't think he's going to hang on to Starlink much longer. Next administration that comes in, there's some balls that he's not directly aligned with is going to take it away from him. Probably SpaceX too. That's what I'm always saying. How much money would that save the developing world if they could use Starlink and not have to worry about fucking fiber for their whole fucking country? But again, if you ask Traore, he doesn't want to trust Musk. No one does.
This also used long-arm jurisdiction as a weapon, breaking up France's industrial giant.
They've been doing this for a minute. Oh, is he talking about the old, when they did it in, okay.
Alstom, robbing the country of a national champion.
We talked about this last
History
week.
has proven compromise won't earn you mercy. Kneeling only invites more bullying.
Exactly.
China won't kneel down, because we know standing up for ourselves keeps the possibility of cooperation alive, while compromise snuffs it out.
I mean, he already
China won't
has
back
it.
down, so the voices of the weak will be heard, bullying will be stopped, and justice will not disappear from the world. All
What can you do with that? Everyone has bad credit, though. They know that. Like, this whole thing they're doing with, like, the student loans, too. Like, I am, you know, I mean, they defaulted on, like, massive amounts of student loans. I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, people don't have money to pay rent as it is. And you're like, oh, you gotta pay your student loan. Like, what? No. You guys fucked us. You know, you can fucking pay back your own loans. You know, like, especially it's really rich coming from Trump. You know, who's like never paid a single person he did business with. Pretends that he's some fucking paragon of virtue. Yeah. Maureen owns this house, not me. Yeah, well, yeah, they might do that and then make you pay your rent to your mortgage payment to the fucking landlord instead. Yeah, they've been doing that. I don't know. I mean, I mean, I don't know. So if everybody pays, how much rent do they pay a month? Like $250 or something? $300? I don't know. That's what I mean. It's all about, like, can they make more money with less work? You know, this is what I'm always talking about. It fucking drives me nuts. Is like, they can make more money with less work, you know, just fucking moving numbers around, right? Are they done with stuff like that? You know? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think, you know, like he had to pause all those tariffs. Like, I don't know if they understand all this stuff. And they certainly don't care. They're certainly in the fucking let 'em eat cake situation. Who knows? I don't know. No, how much do they pay every month though? Don't they have to pay to the property owner? Isn't it like a fucking basically like an apartment building where you own the apartment and you got to pay to put it inside the building? You got to pay for the power hookup and stuff. Yeah. No, yeah. That's they were content with that, you know, for decades, and now it's like they need to own the title so they can do all kinds of like fucking, you know, schemes with it. You know. I don't know.
bullies are just paper tigers. The U.S. does not represent the entire world. Its trade makes up less than a fifth of the world's
We have
total.
the power to push back.
When the rest of the world stands together in solidarity, the U.S. is just a small, stranded boat. Imperialists are always arrogant. If they show a bit of reason, it's only because they're forced to do so. Make no mistake, the U.S. will keep flip-flopping and playing hardball.
So you
But
own
China
the dirt
will stand
though?
firm. No matter how hard the wind blows,
If you own the dirt,
no matter how clouds rage. The darker the night, the brighter the stars shine. Someone has to step forward, torch in hand, to shatter the fog and illuminate the path ahead.
It's you, motherfuckers.
Every nation stands tall.
Come on.
The world
No,
will
you
break through
first.
the walls of hegemony. For China, for the world, we must rise and fight on.
Look, if I'm any other country in the world, I'm pointing to fucking Gaza and saying, how can I trust you when that's going on and you're not doing shit about it? You know? Like, they should have cut off fucking trade with Israel when fucking Petro did. You know? And I forget about that most of the time. But when I think about it, I really get annoyed by it. I don't know what their excuse could be, other than just like, oh, we just, we're just like business guys. We just want to like do business. Um, mm-mm. If it was just dead adults, that'd be one thing. There's too many dead babies to be like, oh, I'm a business guy. You know, fuck you. Like, it's like now the Houthis, like the fucking Ansarallah blockade, and China's the only country that's allowed to fucking go there. So that's like a great opportunity for them. So that's even less reason for them to do it. But I don't know. I don't know what else. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The coup was a terror group until fucking very recently. Like, I, we need a global embargo against Israel, right? That I think if China was going to lead something like that, that would be a good way for them to fucking, cement their new place atop the global order. You know, that would be, you know, that would be a game changer. Renaming Volgograd Airport to Stalingrad Airport, a historic restoration of Soviet memory. Glory to the heroes that turned the tide against fascism. Everyone asked me to contact you and support the proposal to rename the airport and give it a real, proud, courageous Heroic name, Stalingrad Airport. Who contacted you? Veterans community, veterans and participants of special military operations. Dude, where's Volgograd? They're worried it's a law for me, so let's do it. As soon as I return to Moscow, a decree will be prepared and signed immediately, corresponding to the origin of the airport for its naming. Hell yeah, the Stalingrad. My man. Putin says some anti-communist shit sometimes, but like, you know, he knows how to like fucking play to the crowd when necessary. We should name it, yeah, our new capital city of Petrograd. What the fuck is that? "15 miles northwest of Volgograd, formerly Stalingrad." What the fuck is this? What is this? Doesn't tell me anything. Oh, it's down there, huh? Interesting. Oh yeah, that's where Stalin's from, right? Interesting. Oh, you can't see it. Shit, sorry. It's like down here. Sometimes the last word is gotta be the first. Best stuff coming out. You still can't see it. What the fuck? Fucking Wikipedia, dude. I mean, it's down on this part that's bright. I don't know why it looks like that. It's weird. Fucking Wikipedia. Oh, Puller's always embraced parts of Stalin's legacy. He's smart. You know, he like understands shit like public sentiment and like appeasing the crowds with like fucking cosmetic gestures like that. That doesn't cost him anything, and he's gonna make a whole bunch of people fucking patriotic and fucking appreciate him for it. You know, our guys don't do that anymore because they're all so fucking ensconced in their fucking media bubbles. I want to watch this first.
Among the groups fighting against Israel's ongoing genocide on
Like, the Democrats used to do nothing but gestures like that, and then they got tired of like the Republicans like making them defend it, so now they don't even do gestures. You know?
Palestine is one that leftists tend to relate to most, but also know very little about it. Today, it occupies a weaker position among the Resistance Alliance compared to the Islamic factions, but it was once the second largest force, its history and influence being a central pillar in the fight for Palestinian liberation. There's a lot of misconceptions about it in liberal scholarship, of course, but also among the left, and we're gonna talk about some of it.
No, that's just so they can fucking help them fucking, you know, like maintain their narrative that like we're under attack and we're being invaded. Because all of this shit that they're doing, these are all like things that's like extraordinary measures that like you have to be at war. Like they had to fucking put through something claiming we were at war with Venezuela. Like that's the kind of arguments they're making, because none of this shit is legal. None of it. Like fucking deporting people like that and like all the stuff they're doing with tariffs. That stuff that has to go through Congress, obviously, right? Like this, just fucking snapping your fingers and changing that is highly illegal. It's, if you claim the border is like a war zone, you know, it's like part of that narrative, right?
Its leftist critics. Understanding Palestine means understanding this force, a beacon of internationalism and anti-imperialism, contributing to the science of making revolution, and crucially shaping the concrete strategies to liberate the occupied homeland.
Yeah.
How did it apply Marxism to the harsh realities of Palestine?
That's because they knew they weren't getting a lot of fucking movement with the whole idea that like, you know, crossing the border illegally makes you a criminal or whatever, right? So they have to like fucking tack on all these different additional charges to help make that stick, because people have sympathy for the fucking migrants, especially the migrants that you are illegally like hassling, you know? You see like the numbers the other day, they just flipped, right? Like immigration was the one thing Trump had like a positive, people, you know, opinion polls said he was good on immigration up until like a couple days ago. Now that flipped too, and now people are like disapprove of his immigration policies as well. So he's got to try to fucking, you know, heighten the tension, heighten the contradictions, you know.
How did they analyze the class struggle in connection with Palestinian, Arab nationalism, and the issue of the Israeli working class? How did it differ from other leftist factions? And why did its relative position within the resistance decline? In order to grasp the challenges relevant to Palestine today, and most importantly, to understand our own role in the struggle for a free Palestine and against imperialism, it is crucial to learn about the movement that entered into world fame with spectacular actions, that fought fiercely against normalization, struggled against betrayal and collaboration in the Arab world, and within their own country, and a movement that applied the ideology of Marxism-Leninism to the liberation of Palestine.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Oh. Yeah. What?
Before we start, I just want to say thank you to all those who keep supporting the channel with donations. These videos require a huge amount of time, and each new supporter helps me.
Think about it, right? They only do wars if they're profitable, right? Is there profit in that? And actually, like, fighting the cartels who are largely your allies? I don't think so. I think it's all just fucking, you know, you know, feeding the hogs, you know? Yeah, but I mean, they already have that. They definitely already have that. That's what the Osvaldo, what's his name? The Zavaleta, I think, that book? It's in the Discord. Like, putting something like that might be just so they can fucking strengthen their control over the borderlands, because there's a lot of fucking Mexican assets on their side of the border now. They may want to try to steal those, maybe, potentially. See something like that, but an actual fucking, like, war against fucking cartels? I don't think so. You know, I think they just want to fucking scare people into thinking it's an actual war with somebody, some vague threat, you know? They just, you know, they want people scared. They want people fucking, like, willing to look the other way and be less sympathetic for migrants, you know? Which they accomplish all of that with this idea, this narrative of like, oh, it's a war zone, we gotta control it, all that bullshit, like.
Immensely to keep
Who knows
going.
though, man? I
So
don't know.
if you find this work valuable, consider to check out the Patreon link down below. Thank you. Lida, July 1948. A massacre. 30,000 Palestinians forced onto the roads, marching for 3 days without food or water, driven from their homes by Zionist forces, losing everything. Witnessing this horror that led to his sister's death was a young, previously apolitical medical student. Years later, he remembered what became known.
Like, did Mexican militaries on their side? You know, if there's anybody there, it's the cartel who's also on their side. So anybody who would be fighting them for control of it is their allies, you know? So I mean, who knows? Maybe they have something else up their sleeve.
As the Lida Death March. The Israelis came to Lida and forced us to flee. It is a picture that does not leave my mind and that I will never forget. 30,000 people walking, crying, screaming with terror. This trauma would fuel his lifelong quest for Palestinian liberation. That young medical student was George Habash, also known as El Hakim, future doctor and first General Secretary of Al-Jabha Shabiya Li-Tahrir Filastin, in English, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. In the last video, we introduced a faction which would come to be the largest force in Palestinian resistance, Fatah, with the well-known Yasser Arafat as its leader. Disappointed by the Arab failure to defend the Zionist takeover of Palestine during the Nakba, Fatah focused on independent Palestinian action for liberation. Its main competitor in the mid-60s was the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, which was created by the Arab states and was to a great extent under its influence. You can watch that video after you finish this one, but keep in mind that that information is key if you want to understand the decisions of the PFLP in the next videos, as it will become Arafat's chief Palestinian opponent. The people around Habash who eventually founded the PFLP, also called the Front, were first part of another important organization alongside Fatah, which we have to talk about first. After being forced to live in exile as a refugee, George Habash ended up at the American University of Beirut, AUB, a hub of intellectual ferment. Here, influenced by professors preaching Arab unity and progress, and surrounded by others who shared the scars of 48.
I mean, they're doing an opium war against themselves, if that makes any sense, you know? They are fully like on board with every bit of fentanyl that is imported into the country. Like they know this. This it's just rinse and repeat. It's just they're doing it with a more dangerous drug now, but they've been doing this, you know, since the fucking 60s, right? Yeah, I don't think those people are expendable. If you die from fentanyl, you know, they're fine with that.
The seats?
They just talk about it to like fucking, you know, because they know the hogs that vote for them have family members who are hooked on it and shit, right?
Or so. Here, he met people like Wadi Haddad, another Palestinian Christian.
It's like in the past, you had the fucking generation, you know, the second sons or like the fucking people who don't come from wealth or whatever, and you could send them to the frontier to like do battle with the fucking natives or, you know, whatever the fuck you did. You know, that was the traditional route, you know. It was like, oh, we send off a certain percentage of young men to die in battle because we can't really accommodate them in our economy. Now it's just like they just die from fentanyl, and that's the same effect, you know.
Christian like Habash, whose family fled Safat in 48. Haddad also studied medicine at UAB. Together, they founded the Arab Nationalist Movement, the ANM, around 1951. The ANM's initial goal was clear: Palestine's liberation. But crucially, they saw this as achievable only after uniting Arab nations and freeing them from Western colonial control. So these guys weren't short on ambition. As Haddad famously told recruits, the road to Tel Aviv passes through Damascus, Baghdad, Amman, and Cairo. This was Pan-Arabism, heavily influenced by the rising star of Egypt's Jamal Abdel Nasser. Nasser's anti-Western stance, his nationalization of the Suez Canal, his support for Algeria's liberation struggle resonated deeply with the ANM. They hitched their wagon to this star, believing Arab unity under his leadership was the prerequisite for confronting the Zionist entity. A short note on the emergence of Arab nationalism, since this is a very important concept here. The development of modern Arab history was characterized by a dominant merchant character, with the exception of peasant-based Egypt. Long-distance trade facilitated that Arabic was homogenized throughout the majority Sunni Islamic region, isolating distinct agricultural regions, often Berber and Shiite. Islamic law, for instance, reflects this merchant-centric nature. This is in contrast to Europe's feudal, peasant-based structure that contributed to diversification into nations and faster capitalist development. This structure was fragile, collapsing when trade routes shifted away, and hindered the emergence of capitalism in the Arab world until forced to integrate by imperialism. Imperialism subordinated these economies and created a dependent local capitalist class. The capitalists aspiring to independent industrialization, the national bourgeoisie, were weak and hindered in their development, often overshadowed by collaborator agrarian elements content with the status quo. This led to unstable political parties heavily influenced by the petty bourgeoisie, and ultimately the rise of Nasserism, where the state substituted for the weak private bourgeoisie. From the beginning, the struggle against Zionism meant struggle against colonialism and imperialism, and the Palestinian question became the central test for the Arab leadership's anti-imperialist credentials. This was the test which first broke the collaborator capitalist parties and which will soon break the new ones. In South Lebanon, the Arab nationalist movement recruited young, sharp intellectuals like Mohsen Ibrahim, whose grasp of theory would later steer the movement decisively towards Marxism. Other key figures soon joined. One certain brilliant writer and future PFLP spokesman was recruited by Habash in Damascus in 1953. His name, Ghassan Kanafani. Another was a certain AUB student who had witnessed her family being forcibly displaced and who joined the A&M at age 15. She also wanted to join its military arm, but wasn't allowed to do so. Yet. The A&M wasn't just talk. They even organized resistance against UN resettlement camps, seeing them as attempts to liquidate the Palestinian cause, and built clandestine cells in refugee camps, especially among UNRWA teachers. One such teacher would later join the PFLP, a certain Ahmad Saadat. He will also make history within the front. During the 1958 Lebanon crisis, when pro-Western Maronite Christian President Shamoun resisted joining Nasser's United Arab Republic and called in American troops under the Eisenhower Doctrine, A&M members like Habash, Ibrahim, and a certain Hawatmeh were smuggling weapons and fighting Shamoun, supporting more progressive figures. It's not the last time we would see a progressive alliance between Palestinian and Lebanese forces, but more on this in the next video. Seeing US Marines land in Beirut, naked gunboat diplomacy cemented their view of American imperialism as the primary enemy of the Arab people, propping up reactionary regimes and the Zionist state. The people around Ibrahim began questioning the simple pan-Arab formula, arguing that social and economic structures and the class struggle were key. They saw the need for social revolution as interlinked with national liberation. By 1964, splits emerged between those wanting closer ties to Nasser versus those largely disillusioned after the Syria-Egypt-UAR split, demanding a focus on Palestine and independent action. Habash, trying to hold things together, agreed to form an autonomous Palestinian branch within the A&M. But he remained cautious about independent Palestinian military action. They avoided large attacks on Israel because they didn't want to force Egypt's leader, Nasser, into fighting Israel too soon. Kanafani captured this tightrope walk when he said that Palestinian action should be, quote, above zero but below entanglement. At this point, the A&M opposed the notion of a Palestinian entity, fearing that it would make Arab states not care about it anymore. However, as they watched Fatah gain traction, they felt the pressure from their own impatient base.
Dude, I wish I had some fentanyl.
Then came June 1967,
I would be so
Al
fentanyled
Nakba,
up.
a catastrophe that dwarfed even the Nakba in many ways. The Arab armies were shattered. The West Bank, Gaza, Sinai, Golan Heights,
Remember when I
lost.
found that bag?
Nasserism lay
It was so much
exposed
fun.
and humiliated. This defeat was the ultimate catalyst. It proved, in blood and fire, the failure of the Arab nationalist leadership, as the A&M itself admitted
should start
in
a charity.
stark self-criticism shortly.
Or like a charity that's like, we test drugs. You know, like they have at raves. You know, like, we're like, we're like the drug testers. And then just get people to send us drugs. And then, we'll say, oh yeah, that was bad, we threw it away. But then really we'll just be getting high.
After. The path forward had to be different. While Fatah escalated its operations, the A&M talked to other groups like Ahmad Jibril's Palestine Liberation Front to unite it with its Palestinian branch. Fatah and Jibril will be the only ones to reap the credit, and that will finish us. Finally, the A&M's Palestine branch, Jibril's PLF, and other small factions
ketamine,
decided to
and then
unite
Elon Musk made
and
it
announced
uncool.
their presence with a bang. Starting with an attack on Ben Gurion Airport on December
That's not
11,
cool.
1967, the decision was
Might
announced
do
from
it anyway.
Beirut. A new front had been forged in the fires of defeat and disillusionment. A front committed not just to guerrilla warfare, but increasingly to a Marxist-Leninist analysis of the struggle against Zionism, imperialism, and Arab reaction. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine was born. One crucial difference to Fatah was that the PFLP connected Palestinian liberation to the class struggles in surrounding Arab states, while Fatah cared less about what's happening outside Palestine. Later in the series, we will see the important consequences of this. Another key difference was that Fatah operated as a broad-based movement, encompassing diverse ideologies without a clear, unified ideological framework for liberation. Instead, it prioritized concrete, day-to-day practice to defeat the enemy, an approach that would also carry ramifications. While the front was much more ideologically homogeneous, it also had a front character, as its name implied, encompassing various groups that kept their individual leadership at the time. One branch carried a similar name to Hamas's military arm today, named after famous martyr Izz-al-Din al-Qassam. Naming military brigades after martyrs is a common thing in Palestine. The PFLP will do the same. At the beginning, however, the front's focus wasn't coherently Marxist-Leninist. But with the failure of the Six-Day War, there came a crucial shift. The bourgeois leaders disappointed, while the lower classes displayed much more determination in pushing national liberation forward, as was the case in many other liberation struggles. The front now more clearly envisioned a Palestinian-led peasants on the blazing earth, the poor and oppressed in our cities, villages, and the miserable camps, to liberate the homeland instead of reliance on the Arab states, which could not be trusted. Liberating Palestine wasn't just part of a wider Arab revolution, it was now seen as a precondition for it. The fight over occupied Palestine is a, quote, active part of the march of the Arab Revolution against world imperialism and its agents, forces.
Dude,
The 67 defeat.
did you see Hassan going after fucking Juche? Dude, we should see if we can get Larry. You can get him to debate Larry. That'd be so much fun.
Also brought a sobering reality check. Gone was the unrealistic talk of swift victory that preceded the war. The PFLP emphasized a long-term and bitter struggle instead of the short-term military adventure of the Arab states. This shift showed the growing influence of Chairman Mao's thought, the idea of the protracted People's War. Trying to defeat Israel with conventional militaries is a bourgeois illusion. Along came the realization that the defeat exposed a complex web of colonial and class-based alliances connecting the US, Israel, and reactionary Arab governments. This was also the period where revolutionaries broke with many big established communist parties that had ossified into reformism and a reliance on peaceful means. Inspired by China's Cultural Revolution and the events that led to the strikes of May '68 in France. It's also where the Sino-Soviet split reached its high point. The USSR supported the general Arab cause against Israel, primarily through its relationships with key Arab states like Egypt. But it viewed the stability of these states as paramount for its influence in the Middle East, and thus were initially critical of the, quote, mythical diversionary groups, since these provoked Israeli retaliation prematurely and were supposedly orchestrated, quote, by well-known services or agencies of these services for provocation purposes. According to Arafat, it wasn't until 1970 that Soviet leaders called the guerrilla fighters a progressive and patriotic liberation movement.
Guerrilla.
Mao's China had broken with the Soviet Union, partly because of the latter's shift toward the so-called peaceful coexistence policy, which it labeled as revisionism and a betrayal of revolutionary principles. While China would become the biggest supporter of Fatah, it also supported the front, while being much less disturbed by its guerrilla actions. Today, China doesn't arm or train any resistance factions, but is Israel's second largest trading partner. Arafat said the People's Republic of China was, quote, the biggest influence in supporting our revolution and strengthening its perseverance. And George Habash insisted, quote, our best friend is China. China, being a champion of global anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements, had an effect on the front's outlook and gradual adoption of Marxism. But there was another crucial factor in this shift, one which was internal. This intense period also brought internal fractures. Ideological and generational schisms that were present before '67 now cracked open. In March 1968, front leader Habash was arrested in Syria. He was accused of involvement in destroying a pipeline, though suspicions of plotting a coup against the Syrian government also lingered. Habash's charisma had been a unifying force. His absence left a vacuum, allowing tensions to escalate. A group around often non-Palestinian members like Nayef Hawatmeh and Muhsin Ibrahim were involved with the newspaper Al-Hurriya. These former A&M cadres grew louder in their criticism of the older PFLP leadership, whom they saw as resistant to a full embrace of Marxist-Leninist class analysis and too supportive of Arab nationalist leaders. At the PFLP conference in August 1968, the Hurriya group pushed the PFLP to issue a basic political statement, which identified Arab governments like Egypt and Syria as petty bourgeois failures. This infuriated Nasser, who then cut off PFLP funding. Ahmad Jibril, acting leader during Habash's imprisonment and more conservative, couldn't hold the factions together. He ultimately left with his followers in October 1968. Syria, which supported him, also pushed for this split. He disagreed with the Marxist-Leninist direction the PFLP was taking under the leadership of Habash. Hawatmeh annoyed him especially.
Yeah, I feel like back in the day, and it still happens now, obviously, but like they would like shy away from fully embracing Marxist-Leninism in order to somehow like, oh, don't worry, we're not like those wild communists. Like we're fine, we're cool. But that didn't do any, that didn't buy them any good faith from the West. They were still ruthlessly crushed, even if they didn't espouse fucking communist values. You'd think people would learn this lesson by now, but no. It's like, ask the NDP about like, fucking, moving towards the center. It's a bad move, right? You gotta defend the right position, stick with it.
Jibril favored a more militaristic and less ideologically driven approach to the Palestinian struggle, and formed the PFLP General Command. This faction will become very important later. So the front was mired in splits and contradictions, which made it even harder to catch up to Fatah. A month later, Habash escaped from prison. The escape was famously organized by fellow front leader Haddad, reportedly involving PFLP commandos disguising themselves as Syrian military police. The other front members, meanwhile, called the Hurriya group petty bourgeois and criticized its approach as dogmatic and immature. The adolescent cafe intellectuals were disconnected from Palestinian reality and the guerrilla struggle. Kanafani would speak of, quote, the petty bourgeois intellectuals who are short-tempered and quick to fatigue, who always are in a hurry, proceed along the path of struggle like locusts. After exchanging the petty bourgeoisie accusations, the split manifested just before the front's February 1969 conference. Hawatmeh and the Hurriya group broke away.
A lot of these YouTubers, they have an axe to grind. They have like an argument that they want to fucking make. So all these historical videos are just like, sort of, a cover, not covers exactly, but like they find ways to like work in their like, modern opinions, and he's very sensitive about doing that. He doesn't do that, which I like.
Forming the Popular Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PDFLP, later renamed and better known as the DFLP. Just before that, Ibrahim broke away along with the Lebanese branch of the A&M as well, forming an independent Lebanese socialist organization. We will come back to this one later in the series. Along with the DFLP, it now shared editorial control of Al-Hurriya magazine, making the PFLP start a new one, Al-Hadaf, with Ghassan Kanafani as the editor-in-chief. During the same conference, the PFLP argued that it was the true representative of the proletariat in the refugee camps and officially adopted Marxism-Leninism as the front's political ideology. Habash later lamented the inability to resolve these differences internally. Those two factions would later try to reunite at various points, but in the meantime, the differences were not insignificant, and Hawatmeh will soon make important maneuvers at key political moments of the resistance, but more on that in the next part. People tend to draw hasty conclusions from the split of a very young movement, still struggling with the complex contradictions involved in Palestinian and Arab class relations and the liberation struggle. From Mao's thought, the PFLP adopted the concept of primary and secondary contradictions to formulate its strategy.
The question of Palestine is the question of a contradiction, of a clashing contradiction between the national liberation movement of the Arabs, headed by the Palestinian National Liberation Movement, and between imperialism in this part of the world, headed by the Zionist movement.
The primary effort was national liberation, with the internal class struggle being shaped by this overarching contradiction between imperialism, Zionism, and the Palestinian people. This is why solid national unity of resistance forces is the first task in national liberation. This means that contradictions between the factions are secondary, and that prioritizing those will lead to a weakening of the resistance and to loss of support in the population, since it, first and foremost, desires liberation from foreign domination. As Marx and Engels explained in the case of 19th century Poland, as long as a viable people is held in bondage by a foreign conqueror, it necessarily directs all its strength, all its efforts, all its energy against the external enemy. Thus, its inner life remains paralyzed, and it remains incapable of working for social emancipation. Engels expressed this more plainly in a letter to Karl Kautsky, quote, "Now for a great people, it is historically impossible to even seriously discuss any internal issues as long as national independence is lacking. Polish socialists who do not place the liberation of the country at the forefront of their program seem to me like German socialists who would not first demand the abolition of the anti-socialist law. In order to be able to fight, one must first have ground to stand on, air, light, and elbow room. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk." Now, in the case of Palestine, the air, light, and elbow room is as tight as it gets. This does not mean, however, that the secondary contradictions are not important, but that they are best served by tackling them through the lens of the main contradiction, which then allows another secondary contradiction to become the primary one. Pushing the class struggle forward is best achieved through participating in national liberation, so to speak. But here comes the problem, and possibly the most important dilemma of the front throughout the coming years. What if the leading force appears to sell out the cause and serve Israeli interests? How to deal with growing opportunism within your own ranks while following the task of national unity? The PFLP developed a class analysis based on their concrete reality. As a people suffering from the special, overwhelming condition of settler colonialism, they saw the destitute Palestinian refugees residing in camps throughout the region as the core of the proletariat. Importantly, in contrast to the Hurriya group, they also included sections of the Palestinian petite bourgeoisie, educated professionals who had lost their traditional status due to occupation and exile, arguing these were uniquely revolutionary compared to their counterparts elsewhere. In this book, the authors use reductive labels like Stalinist and mechanistic to categorize diverse Palestinian revolutionary groups for their alliance with some Arab states. An examination of the facts reveals that the front was well aware of the dangers of these alliances, in fact more so than some Western booksellers. Habash had been literally jailed by Syria. By not even looking at the concrete history and the reasons for making these alliances, such criticism fails to explain anything. Also very common is the accusation that the Palestinian left was too nationalistic and should have done more outreach to the Israeli working class. Under the mantle of abstract internationalism, these charges stem from a normalization of the oppressor's national chauvinism. Remember, this is not a situation where there are two countries with two people that have lived side by side for centuries. This is one country, where one set of people is living on stolen land from which the other is displaced and militarily occupied. Just like the Jewish-led Communist Party before the Nakba in Palestine, these authors regard the national and the class question as two isolated, separate things and fail to see their interconnection. We will talk more about the class analysis in Palestine and the Israeli working class in a coming video, since this is an important topic in today's discourse. For now, let's note down that the PFLP viewed the interconnection of these two spheres, writing, "National liberation is class struggle," or as Marx said in relation to the British occupation of Ireland, quote, "The Irish question is therefore not simply a question of nationality, but one of land and existence." The Front regarded wealthier Palestinians as less likely to advance liberation, since the toiling classes had felt the loss of their homeland in a more material sense, whereas the upper classes tend to subscribe to sentimental feelings of loss through a rhetorical patriotism, impotent anger, sad longing, all abstracted from any kind of political commitment or action. Although these classes are hindered in fulfilling their own bourgeois nationalist interests, they have greater potential to be successful by succumbing to the enemy, becoming a comprador bourgeoisie, a temptation whose consequences are about to unfold over the next few decades. Aside from the two Marxist fronts, there was also the aforementioned Jewish-led Palestine Communist Party. After the establishment of the State of Israel and the annexation of the West Bank by Jordan, West Bank Palestinians joined the Jordanian Communist Party, JCP, which prioritized rebuilding and non-violent organizing, considering immediate guerrilla fighting premature and adventurous. The separate Palestinian Communist Organization, PCO, in Gaza also started with non-violent protest, but shifted to armed struggle during '67, facing heavy repression. During this period, many members left these groups due to their military inaction to join Fatah and the other fronts. In the 80s, a JCP section merged with the Gaza organization, forming another Palestine Communist Party, today known as the Palestinian People's Party, which then joined the PLO in '87. They will eventually back the Oslo Accords, but today criticize its failures, though they still support a two-state solution based on the '67 borders. We're gonna talk about Oslo more in depth later in this series. In the lead-up to the 2021 elections, the Palestine People's Party wanted to join with the PFLP and the DFLP to form a joint leftist list. However, differences between the PPP and the Front caused the negotiations to break down. The PPP is more of an establishment organization and still prioritizes peaceful mass action over armed resistance. The question of armed resistance strategy was crucial in the period after '67, especially during the legendary Battle of Karame of 1968 we talked about in the last video. The imprisonment of Habash by Syria left Ahmad Jibril, leader of the Syrian-supported faction, temporarily in charge. At a meeting before the battle, disagreement arose. Fatah argued for staying and fighting. Jibril called this adventurism and decided the PFLP should withdraw its forces from the village. The front's withdrawal proved costly. Fatah gained immense prestige and popular support from the victory at Karame. Along with later internal splits, this also contributed to the front playing catch-up to Fatah in terms of public support and influence, condemning them, as some analyses put it, to a permanent second place. The Karame battle changed everything, with the guerrillas overtaking the bureaucratic PLO leadership in popularity and PLO seats, as talked about in the Fatah video. The front, just like Fatah, was highly skeptical of this body created by the Arab states, but did eventually participate. The PLO now became the official institution of the United Resistance Forces. At the National Council session in February of 1969, the Front was angry with an unfair allocation of seats and boycotted the session. Their boycott now enabled Fatah to secure the election, with Arafat being elected as the chairman. We will keep seeing this important dynamic throughout the next videos. Habash himself, hearing the Karami news from prison, was reportedly pleased by its outcome, seeing any action highlighting the cause as beneficial. But the PFLP had missed a key moment, and opportunities to rectify this perceived strategic error would soon arise in dramatic fashion, as the PFLP sought to make its own mark on the world stage. Subscribe to the channel to not miss the next part, where we're gonna tackle the period in which the PFLP took the battle to the whole world. A period of peak internationalism involving groups across the globe, making the Palestinian cause the cause of the workers of all countries. A period which escalated the sharpening contradictions with Jordan into all-out war, and further revealing a growing rift between the PFLP and Fatah, culminating in the Fatah leadership's fateful turn, a path that Habash would argue led to betrayal. Make sure to go out on 1st of May, and we're gonna end with a quote by Habash on his May 1st speech in 1970 in front of thousands at a camp in Jordan. Quote, "We celebrate Workers' Day because we believe that the working class is the leader of the revolution for liberation, and it is only through its theory, positions, and concepts that one can achieve victory and liberation."
من غزة من قدس العربي من غزة من قدس العربي من أسر النقمة والتعبي من أسر النقمة والتعبي اخرج كالريح ولا تهبي اخرج كالريح ولا تهبي يا جيل النخوة والغضب يا جيل النخوة والغضب وتدفق 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 نهرا من لهبي وتدفق نهرا من لهبي.
Well, in the wake of October 7th and Israel's onslaught of Gaza, there has been also a huge uptick in settler violence that has occurred in the West Bank. Now, remember, the West Bank is not run by Hamas. There's no excuse of that. There's no hostages being held in the West Bank. Yet violence has increased, 100-fold in the West Bank. It has been a complete onslaught against the Palestinians in that area. There's a group of people to settle.
Yeah, she had Jay from Project Unity on the other day. It's pretty interesting. I kind of want to watch this documentary. Maybe one night when we don't have a lot of new content. Yeah, she had Project Unity guy on. Those two are a fucking great match.
Well, howdy everybody. We had a bit of an editing crisis with the video that was supposed to go out today, so you're actually going to get an extra video this month. Since we didn't want to deviate from our upload schedule, we've decided to release the first episode of our Means TV exclusive series, The New F Word,
Dude, I bet you he sucks to work for.
Completely free here on YouTube. This is a project from a few years back where we partnered with one of the leading academics in comparative fascist studies and tried to put together a sort of crash course on historical and modern fascism. If you'd like to check out the rest of the series, you can watch the whole thing and support the channel by signing up for Means TV using my link in the description. If you're not familiar with Means, it's a worker-owned, cooperative, and explicitly anti-capitalist streaming service. You can find everything from my videos to original series like Means Morning News to feature-length documentaries like Abby Martin's Gaza Fights for Freedom, with more amazing content being added every day. I've been working behind the scenes to help turn Means TV into a place that's worthwhile for viewers, as well as offering financial security for socialist creators in an increasingly reactionary political landscape. Every creator on the platform has a unique link, and when anyone signs up using that link, that creator directly benefits from the subscription. I have mine listed below, but if you really appreciate another creator's work, make sure to use their link instead. All of us at Means are trying really hard to build an alternative media ecosystem that is ideologically dedicated to sharing left-wing perspectives. With Means TV, we're able to say things the way they are. No pulling punches, no beating around the bush to trick the all-seeing eye of the algorithm.
You can get Isaac Arthur.
Means gives us the freedom to make the content we really want to make and say the things we really want to say. There's even a community forum where creators can engage with each other and fans right on the platform. As a little thank you for watching our channel, if you sign up with our link, or another creator's if you prefer, you can get your first month 20% off. Or for an even better deal, you can opt for the annual plan and get 20% off the whole year. A full year of Means TV will run you less than $90, which is like the cost of a single DoorDash meal these days. Every person who signs up using a creator's link is directly contributing to the financial stability of that channel and the entire cooperative media project. None of this would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you. Means TV is entirely grassroots funded, and it always will be. So if you'd like to help support our work, consider off the aggressor. But in many Western cultures, there's another type of word available in brief encounters with oppressors and aggressors. It's another short F word, not vulgar or obscene in itself, a little word, but used with an artistic sense of timing, it can have a big, self-assertive, inflammatory impact. The word, of course, is fascist. This series will probably not suppress the Pavlovian reflex to accuse aggressors or authoritarians of being fascist, but it should at least help you understand what a slippery, contested word it has become. An informed use of the word, as opposed to a cathartic or expletive one, is particularly valuable in context when it matters to use the term more technically, precisely, and meaningfully. Examples would be in political journalism, social media, a research essay, an academic debate about different types of oppression, or the analysis of the enemies of democracy or humanity. At the very least, these 12 episodes should empower you to spot its vagueness when it's tossed around with irritating imprecision and frequency, like when people complain about climate fascism, health fascism, or body fascism. Of course, you may be watching this because you already have a clear idea of what fascism is and are already engaged in fighting it, perhaps as part of an organization combating discrimination. Or you may have joined a protest movement led by concerned citizens determined not to let their democracy be taken over by extremism. You may already be an anti-fascist activist. In all such cases, you probably have a pretty good idea of the threat to society you want to counter. Whatever your starting point or premise is, you are welcome. Or perhaps you're working for a US state agency monitoring social media and certain YouTube channels for extremism, in which case you too are welcome. You may learn something. If you just get a little more frustrated every time you come across the word fascist, if you're annoyed by its exasperatingly vague, ill-defined use by so many of its critics, this series is for you. Even if you already hold passionate beliefs about what fascism is, beliefs that differ from the opinions expressed here, it's also for you. While you may continue to disagree with the approach recommended in these episodes, they should encourage you to refine your own concept of what you're fighting and become more aware of the different forms fascism's attack on existing society can assume today, often very different from the way it expressed itself between the two world wars. Some of them are brilliantly camouflaged or entirely decentralized, and practically invisible without expert knowledge of where to look. If you're still not sure you might benefit from this series, try this simple experiment. It should let you experience firsthand the problem this first episode addresses, the problem of definition. Find a friend or a small group willing to discuss the meaning of fascism for 10 minutes or so, preferably people you consider generally knowledgeable about politics or the state of the world. Each of you is given up to 5 minutes to sketch out the defining characteristics of fascism alone.
If you're going to have a 12-part series to define fascism, I feel like I'm probably going to be annoyed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think, you know, like there's that Umberto Eco, that essay, you know, with all those different, you know, it's like hallmarks, because I think that's a good approach, is like, you can't say it's always definitely like these characteristics, right? Because it does take different forms depending on where it is. But I mean, I think the main thing is corporate capture of the state and, like, you know, violence, you know, like authoritarian violence doled out in order to fucking consolidate power. I mean, that would be like the basic, you know, go from there. And then that would differentiate, like, you know, a Nazi is those characteristics plus eugenicist violence, you know, like some sort of racial hierarchy. I don't know what, you know. Yeah, mechanized human rights violations, yeah.
Without discussion or access to Wikipedia. Then you compare notes. it is almost guaranteed there will be significant differences. In which case, talk them through to identify them, clarify them, and hopefully resolve them, in order to come up with a better consensus. This experiment will probably illustrate how some of the most commonly used words defy simple definition. Fascist is one of those words. Because it's identified with major events in modern history involving millions of lives and scores of nations, it has attracted enormous attention over the years. The more people have gotten involved trying to define it, the more opinions and approaches have tended to proliferate. In academia, a general consensus normally emerges about the most functional definition when applied to different case studies and research projects so that, though not fixed in stone, it serves as a kind of industry standard. In the case of fascist studies, we'll see that not one, but two major competing definitions of fascism have established themselves in this way, only one of which will form the basis of this series. The next episode will establish the definition of fascism we're going to use for the series. But for the moment, and for the sake of completeness, it's important to outline the approach we're not going to use, especially since it has a lot to be said for it. It is a valuable source of insight into aspects of fascist practice, its intimate relationship to several conservative interests in maintaining the status quo, its war on the left, and its persecution of entire categories of humanity. For convenience, we'll call it the Marxist theory of fascism. Though in reality, it's a tradition or school of theory made up of many nuanced and original applications of the same basic interpretation. The core Marxist theory of fascism was born of the dramatic situation that arose within months of a carefully staged event in Milan in March 1919. It was here that Benito Mussolini formally founded the first of the Fasci di Combattimento, from which the generic term fascism is derived. The title translates literally as fighting leagues, but it is significant for understanding the ethos and purpose of the group that the name also evokes war veterans. For example, the organization set up in 1917 to help demobilized Italian soldiers was called Opera Nazionale Combattenti, or National Veterans Association. The First World War, which had only ended 5 months earlier, had released back into civilian life hundreds of thousands of Italian soldiers who had been through a horrific war with precious little for Italy to show for it. Mussolini looked to them as the new patriotic, heroic elite that would spearhead a national revolution. The symbol of Mussolini's new movement was a sort of pun. The word fascio could refer to the Roman fasces, or lictor's rod. This was a curious ceremonial object that looked a bit like the Gatling gun used in the American Civil War. In ancient Rome, it was carried by a state official called a lictor, and consisted of a bundle of rods for flogging the condemned tied around the handle of an axe for executing them. It was thus a symbol of the state's total power of life and death over its citizens, or rather its subjects. But fascio could also mean a bundle and an association or league of political activists trying to get something done. It was this double significance that Mussolini exploited when he chose the Roman fasci symbol for the campaign group, which he set up in 1915 to pressure the government into giving up Italy's neutrality and enter the First World War. It was called the fascio of...
No, it's the Kwame Ture quote, right? It's like nonviolent resistance necessitates having an opponent who has a morality, you know? If you're fighting a soulless demon country, or elite, they don't care about nonviolent resistance, which, you know, I've been, I don't want to get into it now, but like, I've been less and less convinced that the effect of, you know, street protests, because, you know, maybe if it's a local government, that's different, you know, but like, yeah, I think we need to figure out something different, you know.
Revolutionary action, the direct forerunner of the Fasci di Combattimento. As the manifesto of the movement made clear at its launch, fascisti claimed to be revolutionary nationalists, bent on replacing liberal democracy with a new Italy which would benefit the whole population. But were they really? From the outset, Marxists saw this new group very differently. The Russian Revolution had happened in 1917, and revolutionary Marxists throughout Europe started to believe their time had come and that world history was about to turn in their favor. From the summer of
But that's like Trump won in 2016, so then they like battened down the hatches and, you know, tried to prevent somebody like that from winning again. It's kind of like that with the Russian Revolution. It's like once they knew that could happen, they were a lot were a lot quicker to, get in the way and impede that, which is why they were definitely, like, those Western capitalist countries were definitely working with the fucking Nazis in order to prevent the fucking German left from doing a revolution, right? Like, if the Russian Revolution had never happened, the fucking Nazis would have never come to power because the Germans would have done a revolution, It's funny to think about it like that, I mean, what's the point of discussing wage labor, separated from our system that it exists in? Like, in this system, where you have to work to eat, I think that's, involuntary servitude. Selling your labor. Well, I mean, there it's like, you can, if you stop working, you don't starve. That's the distinction I'm making, not the fact that you work for somebody else. That's not really my problem with it. My problem with it is that you have to, or else you starve. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's where I would make the distinction. That's what I find so egregious about it. Work or starve. That's involuntary servitude. I don't, Well, yeah, I mean, again, yeah. So I would have a different opinion about somebody who didn't want to work in a socialist country, right? I would be less sympathetic, It's like I totally get not wanting to work here because it's like you're contributing to these fucking scumbags doing menial labor that's undervalued. And you see it all happening. It's, insulting, right? But in a socialist country, it's like you and your homies are trying to build something great and you are shirking responsibility, But, So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You're not selling your labor under socialism, you're investing your labor. Exactly.
1919 till early 1921, a period known as the Biennio Rosso, or Red 2 Years, Italy was swept by mass strikes, sit-ins, lockouts, marches, rallies, and both social and industrial unrest spearheaded by Marxist activists. Class war had at last broken out. But it was not the government that fought back against the coming Bolshevik Revolution. It was local squads of paramilitary fascisti, known as squadristi, that sprang up in the center and north of Italy to fight. They were organized by the commander of the local fascio, the RAS, often a former officer of the Arditi, the specialized troops who served in the Italian equivalent of the modern Marines or SAS. The conclusion to be drawn from a socialist perspective was obvious. The new political movement of fascism was the violent face of capitalism. Under threat from the left, the pseudo-liberal Italian state had dropped its democratic mask. Rather than using the army or police, it was now resorting to proxy paramilitary violence to defend the economic interest of landowners, businessmen, and international finance capital against the people, those trapped in rural poverty and wage slavery. One epic Italian film with great American actors, Bertolucci's 1900, is based on this interpretation of the squadristi war with the left and against the people. Its message is that fascism was, in its origins and by its nature, an extreme, viciously aggressive form of anti-communist politics. Deeply reactionary, counter-revolutionary, anti-progressive, anti-modern, as well as being unspeakably violent, inhuman, and sadistic. In the film, a fascist, played by Donald Sutherland, headbutts a cat to death to illustrate how to treat communists. It's on YouTube if you're interested. For Marxists, all forms of fascism are characterized by a vision of future nationalist or racist glory, by appeals to patriotism, by promises to the people of the rise of the nation like a phoenix in a powerful new order, announcing a new era of civilization. But this is all empty rhetoric and propaganda. The fascist state is a facade, a film set. Behind the scenes, it is organizing its war on society, on the very people it is glorifying. Interwar fascism had no ideology, policies, or vision beyond those of smash socialism, defend the status quo at any cost, and keep the ruling elites in power. Since the war, it has been forced by the defeat of the Axis to oppose the emancipation of ordinary people in new ways and in new disguises. Once the fog of its rhetoric was blown away by Marxist analysis, the real political program of Mussolini's original fascism could be seen for what it was. A policy of systematic repression, driven by the simple imperative to keep subjugating and exploiting the working masses, destroy any trade.
The first thing Mussolini did was fucking, like fuck over the union, destroy the workers' rights, right? Obviously. And then people talk about the state ownership, right? No, it was like a public-private partnership where the state took over the industry and gave it to their friends,
Unions, movements, and parties that tried to emancipate them, and nip in the bud any socialist initiatives for liberation and genuine solidarity. This meant using violence and state power to crush the first sign of socialist militancy or violence. It also meant silencing those elements of the intelligentsia who, inspired by Marx and Lenin, attempted to raise proletarian consciousness and disseminate revolutionary ideas to break the chains of the proletariat and remove their capitalist shackles. Thanks to their scientific analysis of the evils of capitalism, radical socialists, whether revolutionary, communist, or gradualist, Social Democrat and Labor Party, knew instinctively that everything Mussolini's fascists, or their later emulators in other countries, said in speeches and manifestos or claimed in their calls for a national rebirth and renewal was a fake ideology and promised a fake revolution. Its visions of restoring a heroic nationalism would inevitably lead in practice only to more capitalist profit, by increasing the misery and poverty of the laboring masses and imprisoning them even more in suffering and lies. Moreover, fascism's ultra-nationalist rhetoric of violence, imperialism, and national greatness would lead necessarily to a new round of wars which pitted the urban and rural workers against their comrades in other countries, as had already happened in the First World War, and to new episodes of mass suffering and death which would line the pockets of investors in key economic sectors. Within months of the first fascio being formed, Marxists could predict that, as a child of capitalism's pathological fear of socialism, fascism would be imitated by other capitalist nations in crisis. Fascism was thus not just a uniquely Italian affair. It was a generic phenomenon of counter-revolution. It was old wine in new bottles. Its rise had to be monitored and militantly opposed wherever it appeared. The brilliance of Marxist interpretations of the first fascism is in their flexibility. They adapted effortlessly to world events as they unfolded after the First World War, and their worst fears seemed to be realized. In the course of the 1920s and 1930s, ever more Western, Latin American, and Asian nations, whether democratic or authoritarian, hosted racist or nationalist movements, often with programs for territorial or imperial expansion. They were based not just on hatred and violence directed against outgroups, especially black people in the US and Jews in Europe, but on the demonization of socialists and communists. Marxists knew they were witnessing an international tsunami of reaction to prolong the death throes of capitalism and crush the global socialist revolution, which communists believed had been triggered by the Russian Revolution. Thus, when leaders such as Horthy, Salazar, Pilsudski, King Alexander, Dollfuss, Franco, Metaxas, and Vargas took over state power in Hungary, Portugal, Poland, Austria, Yugoslavia, Spain, Greece, and Brazil, when new paramilitary or political right-wing movements arose, such as the legions of Archangel Michael in Romania, the Rex Party in Belgium, the National Socialist Movement in the Netherlands, the British Union of Fascists, the National Rally in Norway, the Integralist Brazilian Action, the Chilean National Socialists, the South African Asa Brandwag, when Chiang Kai-shek took the Chinese Nationalist Party, Kuomintang, in an increasingly militaristic direction after 1925, for Marxists, nothing mysterious was happening. It was all too predictable. On the pretext of saving the nation and civilization itself from destruction at the hands of inner enemies, socialism, Bolshevism, and liberalism, a pandemic of reactionary violence was spreading through the world to postpone the ultimate victory of socialism. Its name was fascism. The empirical realities of the Third Reich and its many millions of individual crimes against humanity amply confirmed what Marxists had identified as the fundamentally counter-revolutionary and destructive core of fascism's permutation of capitalism. This was also evident in the regime's systematic destruction of left-wing organizations and persecution of socialists and communists, and the extensive collusion between German industry, big business, technology, and science with the Third Reich. Emblematic of this collusion was how IG Farben set up a vast factory within Auschwitz to take advantage of its slaves to manufacture artificial rubber, how Daimler-Benz forced the women of Ravensbrück concentration camp to produce bomber engines, and how the original system for keeping track of prisoners in the camps was supplied by IBM's German subsidiary using the latest punch card technology, thanks to investment by the parent company in the States.
I do want to start a left-wing,
Marxist analysis was also borne out by the proliferation of extreme right-wing, ultranationalist, authoritarian, militaristic, and racist movements and regimes that have arisen throughout the modern world both before and since the Second World War. In their various ways, all have been dedicated to crushing communist and social democratic organizations and neutralizing any attempts to achieve progress towards global economic and racial social justice. Marxist theory is not monolithic. There are different schools of theorizing in Marxist fascist studies, distinguished by such terms as agent, Bonapartist, Freudian, Soviet, Trotskyist, Frankfurt School, Euro-Marxist, structuralist, and post-structuralist. Nor is there any shortage of original, highly intelligent, and well-researched contributions by individual Marxist intellectuals, such as Zetkin, Reich, Bauer, Thalmann, Thalheimer, Gramsci, Adorno, Newman, Poulantzas, Foucault, Laclau, and Renton. Yet the shared bedrock on which all their distinctive theoretical edifices are constructed is that fascism in all its forms, including right-wing and populist democratic politics which oppose the revolutionary transformation of society in a socialist direction, is shaped by the telltale DNA of capitalism. It is this which determines the perpetuation of its characteristic social evils, insurmountable class barriers, structural poverty, the exploitation and alienation of the masses, the repression of emancipatory movements, the propagation of nationalistic, ethnic, imperialist, and cultural hatreds, the violence and terror deployed against alleged enemies when the democratic gloves are off. At its heart, fascism is capitalism in jackboots, capitalism on steroids, capitalism at its most psychotic and anti-human. One interpretation most memorably articulated in the declaration of the Bulgarian communist Dimitrov at the 7th World Congress of the Communist Third International in 1935 is that fascism, quote, is the open, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialist elements of finance capital. He went on to say, fascism is the source of finance capital itself. It is the organization of terrorist vengeance against the working class and the revolutionary section of the peasantry and intelligentsia. In foreign policy, fascism is jingoism in its most brutal form, fomenting bestial hatred of other nations. He added that the development of fascism and the fascist dictatorship itself assume different forms in different countries, according to historical, social, and economic conditions and to the national peculiarities and the international position of the given country. Armed with such a core definition, or a closely related set of assumptions, Marxists see the defeat of the Axis in 1945 as far from marking the end of fascism. On the contrary, with the revival of capitalism in its liberal democratic and pseudo-democratic forms, fascism has simply adopted new tactics and guises, new ways to foment those bestial hatreds based on class, ethnicity, or imperialist interests, often teaming up with ultra-conservative forms of religion. They have thus had no problem seeing potent variants of the fascist virus in the brutal war on socialism in Pinochet's Chile and Argentina's military dictatorship, or in the horrors of apartheid South Africa. They also find it easy to decode the fascist subtext in Erdogan's Turkey, Putin's Russia, or Modi's India, while identifying telltale signs of it lurking in Thatcher's Britain, the US of Nixon and George W. Bush, de Gaulle's France, and even the European Union. From this standpoint, fascism also lay behind the hypercapitalism of the masters of the universe, which led to the 2008 financial meltdown and years of austerity for the people. The Marxist theory of fascism is a powerful diagnostic tool for unmasking fascism and peering beneath the deceptive surface of its treacherous rhetoric of national renewal, greatness, and sacrifice in any historical context. Once it is applied uncritically to Trump's presidency, his key Republican supporters and many of his more radical followers committed to destroying the entire Washington swamp, it's tempting to categorize his entire movement as fascist. After all, he can be held to represent the worst excesses of parasitic finance capitalism and conspicuous consumption, combined with a full portfolio of the character traits of someone with a fascist disposition, an ultra-nationalist and racist conception of the state, moral corruption and abuse of privilege, unaccountable power, megalomania, nepotism, dynastic pretensions, the abuse of organized religion, ingrained chauvinism, and narcissism. No less revealing are his pathological hatreds of Mexicans, Muslims, women, people of color, poor people, those with special needs and disabilities, social justice, universal rights, democracy, and reason itself, whether intellectual or scientific. For tactical reasons, he parades his readiness to be a friend of the Israeli hard right. But that has not prevented him from making anti-Semitic remarks. It's no wonder the left-wing intelligentsia, socialist writers and social media users, and many liberal academics have converged on the same verdict, that both Trump and the marginalized forces he has legitimized are modern American fascists. But even in this seemingly open and shut case, a proper Marxist analysis can yield some doubts. Did the assorted right-wing forces Trump mobilized really possess the human intelligence, the coherent vision, and the capacity for long-term political planning to further fascist agendas in office? Wasn't he just little more than a grifter, trying to use the presidency to satisfy his narcissistic greed for popularity, money, and power? Not a fascist, but a parasite on an already essentially parasitic body politics erected by bourgeois and oligarchical capitalism to perpetuate the servitude of the masses at home and abroad. I'll leave this question open for other Marxists to resolve, especially because this series will not actually be using the Marxist approach. Instead, it uses a working definition increasingly used by non-Marxist researchers in international comparative fascist studies. It is based on a humanism which condemns practically everything Trump has ever stood for, but comes at him from a different angle to reach a different conclusion about what political box to put him in and how to label his mainstream support. With this conceptual cliffhanger, I hope we can lure you back to watch episode 2,
No, I don't want to
where a
watch this ever
completely
again.
different story of fascism and analysis of its role in the contemporary world emerges.
They have a 12-part series to define fascism? Really? Come on, no one wants that. You argue with too many fucking libs online.
This episode was made in collaboration with Azure Scapegoat. They run a fantastic channel covering all sorts of leftist topics, so be sure to check out their video after this.
This is Marxism, and Marxism is based on the belief
Socialism explained. I mean, it was a good hook line though.
You speak of political pressure. I mean, it's part of the reason why the Israelis aren't confident that Trump would respond to so-called political pressure, because of the polls we're seeing that show an unprecedented number of Americans unsympathetic to Israel.
I don't think necessarily Trump cares that much about that per se, but I think he cares about the fact that his base, and what he's been talking about for some time, whether one believes him or not, is that he's presented himself as the anti-war candidate. And in my view, he's managed to get that largely because big parts of the left abandoned that space.
They all did. Any Democrats did, for sure.
Killing to end in Gaza during the campaign, and Kamala Harris responded by saying, "I want to have the most lethal military in the world."
Yeah, dude, that was
if the
Demon Rat's so
self-inflicted.
self-inflicted.
Had actually retained that space, I think we would perhaps be in a different position. But nevertheless, his base right now feels very strongly about this. Key people in the Republican Party who are, at the end of the day, very influential with his base, such as Tucker Carlson, have just gone further and further in the direction of completely opposing a war with Iran for a variety of different reasons. I think it would be very difficult for Trump to decide to go in that direction unless he had some very, very convincing reasons, such as the Iranians attacking the US or something like that. Short of that, I cannot see his base going along with him on that. And given many of the things that he has done, including tariffs, etc., that have hurt his own base, I think that actually
so
further
implausible.
limits his maneuverability. His margins of error are smaller in that sense. This is part of the reason why the Israelis were working on a very short timeline. They knew that at some point, the margins for Trump would be so narrow that he would not be willing to take the risk of a military campaign, and that's why they've been pushing so aggressively to do it as soon as possible. But so far, they seem to have lost that fight.
Kind of fascinating. I mean, this is a bit of an aside, but what you're describing to me is the Republican Party, Donald Trump,
a better record than most people out there,
responding to the idea that his base, that voters will no longer support him, that the Republican Party would lose power, lose elections, lose influence, and calibrating his foreign policy to prevent that from happening. Which I gotta say, democracy in action is not something, is not a dynamic that I'm used to on the left side of the aisle. as evidence, at least for the last couple of years. I mean, even your sort of description of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's unwillingness to break at all with the policy on Gaza, whereas Donald Trump at least was willing to pay some lip service to a ceasefire, is illustrative of that, and that Biden and Harris were willing to lose the election over not moving an inch on that particular position.
Yeah, no, I think one has to frankly be blind not to see that that is the reality. I think a lot of people are uncomfortable on the Democratic side that has been the reality. I'm just not seeing enough from their end to do something about that, because that is the reality at this point. And as you pointed out, one thing I would perhaps differ a little bit, and I don't know if you meant it that way, but he didn't just pay lip service to ceasefire. It is because of the pressure that Witkoff put on Netanyahu that ultimately Netanyahu agreed to a ceasefire. It was not thanks to McGurk or to Biden, at least not to the people involved in the negotiations that I have spoken to. And what I think is utterly disappointing, of course, is that, sorry, to a certain extent, that the Trump administration on this issue have gravitated back to where Biden was, which is they did a ceasefire, but then the Israelis broke it. And instead of blaming the Israelis for breaking it, they blamed Hamas. And then we started to see that pattern again. I think it's very crucial for them to get back to where this is supposed to be. But I'm not holding my breath that they will go there. But at least in the beginning, they did way more than Biden did in his last year and a half on this issue.
I feel like they wanted to prove that
for a
they
second
could.
To the issue of Israel-Gaza. I mean, there was this incredible sort of spate of articles about how Israel basically admitted that we can't complete a hostage exchange because the condition that Hamas wants for this hostage exchange is to end the war, and we don't want to end the war. Which, in the wake of over a year of claims that this is all about the hostages, and anybody who offers any support for the people of Palestine is indifferent to the interests of hostages.
Fucking hostages.
You know, not that we really need mask-off moments at this point,
doesn't
but
matter.
it's an incredible
It doesn't matter. It could be
mask-off
fucking
moment.
God.
What has been your perception of the response
hostage,
of the
POW,
American
by the
government
and
to
it still wouldn't be worth all these dead fucking
evaporation
babies?
of the pretext for why it is that they're not backing an enduring ceasefire?
Frankly, hardly anything. And I think that's highly problematic. And I'll be frank, I don't think it would have been particularly different if Biden was in power right now, because we have plenty of experience. I mean, the difference we're seeing here is that the
embarrassing Biden
pretended to be really upset about this, and they kept on doing these leaks about how angry Biden is privately on these issues. And I think there was some pressure that they put on Netanyahu when it came to certain elements of escalation, such as the exchanges of fire between Iran and Israel. But on this issue, they exerted almost zero pressure. And even some of the cases, such as the delaying of
I don't know if I believe that quote that came out, but
first of all,
it's basically true regardless.
In the first place, either you stop it or you don't. Even if it's not literally true. But even those delays were actually not because of political reasons, it was because of logistical reasons. So we didn't see anything there. And now we're not seeing anything either. The difference is that the Israelis have stopped pretending and the US government has stopped pretending. So I think the direction of this continues to be very disastrous. I personally think that the Trump administration should take this much more seriously. And the reason I say is this. I think the Trump administration is serious about leaving the Middle East militarily. I think this has been a continuous theme of them wanting to reduce troop level there. We're actually seeing them withdrawing from Syria, although they're not making much fuss of it. I expect that they will see withdrawals from Iraq as well.
Yeah, they got their fucking guy in Syria. What do they need to be there for?
From the Middle East military, which I would support 100%. I think that's absolutely the right direction to go. We should not have 19 bases in the Middle East. We should not have 50,000 troops there. If you want to do that in a sustainable way, it helps dramatically. If you also then work with the readiness that exists in the region right now to create a security architecture for the region with a regional organization on top of it. This is one of those things that existed in Europe, exists in Asia, has never existed in the Middle East. And because the reason is you want to be able to burden shift the security burden onto regional players. The regional players need that type of a security architecture to be able to absorb the burden that will fall on their shoulders. So you need to take that step. For that step to be sustainable, however, you need to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian issue, or at least make significant movement and progress towards a real Palestinian state. Otherwise, that instability will continue to spread. It will undermine the security architecture. And guess what? Whenever bad things happen there, we have proven ourselves to be very incapable of resisting the pressure or temptation to go back into the Middle East. So if you want to really reduce the troop levels, bring American troops home in a sustainable way, you need to address some of these issues. Instead of what is happening right now, which is essentially greenlighting the Israelis annexing all of the West Bank, all of Gaza, big parts of Syria, big parts of Lebanon, all that will do is bring about more war, more instability, and all that will do is to bring the United States back into the region in a way that we do not want.
I mean, I find myself almost, speechless at where to even begin with the idea of a Palestinian state at this juncture. I mean, is the Trump administration even still parroting the kind of two-state solution narrative that has been, I guess, the U.S. foreign policy stance since time immemorial? Are we even still doing that?
Let's be clear. It's been the U.S. foreign policy pretense for the last couple of years, the last 8 or so years. And it was pretty much a pretense for a period prior to that. There was a period in which we were somewhat serious about it. We abandoned it a long time ago. The pretense is not completely gone. First of all, it was gone on the Trump one because he did the Abraham Accord, which deliberately threw the Palestinian issue under the bus, the Palestinians under the bus.
I think Kanye is the victim of the fucking psyop.
As
I believe
Kushner
him.
himself described the Jared Kushner at the time.
I think they're
we're
fucking
moving
with him.
beyond the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, not resolving it, not state solution.
He's too
But
powerful.
then on the Trump, on the Biden as well, it was just crystal clear. It was just empty words. At the end of the day, they were seeing clearly what the Israelis were doing in the West Bank and elsewhere. So it's been a pretense. In some ways, it's actually good to get the pretense out of the way.
Probably not like how he describes it.
Significant implications. Take a look at the G7
I'm sure they're doing
statement
stuff to him.
from
I don't know
the
what,
last
but
meeting that Biden was in to the first meeting of Trump. I don't remember exact verbiage, but it was something along the lines of a two-state solution in the last meeting that Biden was chairing or was part of. It has now been watered down to a horizon, a political horizon for the Palestinians. What on earth does that even mean?
What does that mean?
No one knows. It's just empty words. But the pretense is gone. And even though that is terrible in some ways because of what's happening on the ground, that was happening on the ground long before the pretense was taken away. The pretense being away, though, however, may actually generate greater pressure from elsewhere. That we have to do something about this issue. We have to get this resolved. We cannot have this situation continue in this way. Not pursuing a two-state solution leads exactly to where we are right now. More violence, whether it's from October 7th
it's
or
crazy to work for the empire,
the war crimes the Israelis have committed ever since. Right now, you just don't have much political power and will in the international system. Europe is completely self-absorbed with the hole they dug themselves into when it comes to an uncompromising position on Ukraine. The rest of the world is really terrified what kind of tariffs they're going to be faced with from Trump. So I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of political will from elsewhere to do something about this in the short term, which is obviously very, very problematic. In the longer term, however, if we manage to get through the short term, I think it's actually a good thing if the pretense is gone. Imagine if the pretense was gone 15 years ago. By now, we would have probably done something about it. The pretense has enabled a horrible status quo to remain.
Done something about it. Done something about it, like what, Trita? Like in the absence of a two-state solution, just doing something about it.
It's not about not going for a two-state solution. It's about the pretense that what we are doing is in support of a two-state solution. I firmly believe that we need to have a two-state solution. It should not be based on Oslo or that type of a negotiation between the two parties. We developed some proposals on this. You can find it at our Better Order Project report, betterorderproject.org. What we're calling for essentially is that, look, you can't have Oslo, these incremental steps without a clear definition of what the end goal is. Nor can you expect that a Palestinian state can be created through negotiations between the two parties. Israel itself was created through an imposed solution from the outside. Same thing is going to have to happen with the creation of the Palestinian state. It has to be imposed from the outside, because the Israelis are not just going to, out of the goodness of the heart, agree to something. Nor is a negotiation between a party that is arguably engaged in a genocide with the party that is being genocided going to lead to anywhere. The power discrepancy is just too significant. And there needs to be real consequences if the Israelis don't go along with it. So we need to have arms embargo on these different measures if it doesn't go that way. But there is a plus side as well for the Israelis. What we are arguing for in the Better Order Project is that this should be combined with the establishment of a security architecture for the region. And that security architecture has to be all-inclusive, and it has to include Israel, but only once Israel has also enabled a Palestinian state to exist. So the entry ticket for the Israelis into the security integration into the region is for them to also allow the Palestinians to have their own state. That is a bigger offer to the Israelis than anything else that has been put on the table. The 2002 proposal put forward by the Arab states said that all of them would recognize Israel in return for recognition of a Palestinian state. The Abraham Accords would normalize relations. This is about the security integration of Israel into the region, but on the condition that there also has to be a Palestinian state.
The way we talk about Israel and its influence in American politics, sometimes it feels like it's irrational. Its influence feels irrational. Its power feels irrational. It makes one ask questions about the source of the power and, Epstein and blackmail and Mossad, and people just are trying to figure out why it is that all of these American leaders, we talk about Biden was ideologically aligned to being more conciliatory with Netanyahu. Obama didn't want to pick the fight, and yet here he is in fisticuffs. Donald Trump is willing to stand up to him more, but is willing to let him genocide all of Gaza as, penance for not letting him bomb Iran. The way we describe these relationships with Israel as everyone having to get entangled with these folks as opposed to just ignoring them or telling them what to do is wild. So then I guess my question is, if it does exert this power and influence and has been such a thorn in the side of so many American leaders, even as they bend the knee for whatever reason to Israel, why would Israel submit to a Palestinian state? What is so attractive about these security guarantees being integrated into this security relationship, as opposed to the normalization, et cetera, that has been on the table before? It does seem like the true goal of Israel is simply eliminating the existence of Palestinians. I don't know how else to put that.
I think, first of all, several people in the current Israeli government would probably agree 100% with the last part that you said, that the goal has nothing to do with security integration. They clearly don't seem to be particularly attracted to normalization with Saudi Arabia any longer, whereas 4 years ago, that seemed to have been a key objective of theirs. If they are in a position to choose between Eretz Israel, the greater Israel that is occupying large parts of the other country's territory, and get away with it, and integration with, security-wise in the region, they seem to clearly favor the former. That is not necessarily all Israelis, though. And the other scenario that one has to take into account is, as we are proposing it, the security architecture should not wait for the Israelis. It should go forward right now. The openness in the region to do this has been greater than I've ever seen before. So they should do it. And then the question is Israel going to be completely alone outside of this? Because that is going to create a security architecture for everyone else to be part of. And that's going to isolate the Israelis. But there's going to be an offer on the table. And the question is, can that potentially change the domestic politics of Israel to a certain extent? Not in the sense of causing the fall of the government, as the Biden administration tried to do with the Abraham Accord expansion, but in the sense of putting in an alternative vision in front of them for them to choose from or choose against at the end of the day. In some ways, it's calling a bluff, if it is a bluff, if we go with the reasoning that you have, which is that ultimately they don't care about security, they just care about expanding the territory, well, it will be called through the bluff because this goes much further than in actually providing security than anything else that has been put on the table.
I feel like I have to put out there that there are people who obviously were never supportive of the two-state solution, believe that it was a pretense from the jump, and that also for sort of ideological reasons, the goal should be one state with equal rights for all. And of course, there's a debate about some folks who say just Israeli society will never tolerate that, and they see the one-state solution as incredible as the two-state solution would be. Can you help us understand why your position is for the two-state rather than the one?
So I think that's a very important question. But I would have to say, and we have people in the team that were in some ways more leaning towards one state. And when I say team, we had 130 scholars, former officials, foreign ministers, defense ministers, UN ambassadors from 40 countries with a particular focus on global south in this project. And the project was not just about this issue. It was about coming up with detailed reforms to the global security architecture as the world transitions away from unipolarity. And we had 20 detailed proposals along 7 variables. This is just one of them. The issue
I don't know
is,
if they really care though, because
after October
they can't
7th
hit us.
And after what Israel has done to Gaza, to the West Bank, Lebanon, its occupation of Syria now. Yes, one can make the argument that we are further away from a two-state solution than we have been in a very long time, and I think that would be absolutely correct. But it seems to me that we're even further away from anyone from either side actually wanting to live in a one-state
I think that might be the better thing to do would be to...
I have no particular preference for either side at this point. You know, if the Israelis and the Palestinians want to live in a one-state, who am I or the Quincy Institute or our project to say
that
no
might
to
be
that?
easier
Absolutely.
though,
That's
right?
what they want to do, and
if
there's
you
a
just put
pathway
it all
for
into
that.
one
You go
state,
there, and it helps stabilize things in the region, makes both peoples happy. That would be fantastic. It's just that our assessment is that as difficult as a two-state solution is, and it is definitely very difficult, a one-state solution after all of the violence and the cruelty that we have seen is far, far more difficult.
I mean, can you play that out just a little bit? Difficult because why? Because
you set a timer for 27
Israel were required
minutes?
to grant Palestinians a right to return. Because what? There would be...
No, not because of that. I would say that in the sense that...
It's like the only thing I use fucking watch for.
That the two sides would actually want to live together in one state and not separate from each other.
It's not up to the... You said it had to be imposed upon them, though.
2 years.
So...
I guess my pushback against that is it does...
You just said it had to be imposed.
Well, let me ask it this way.
It has to be imposed.
Do you feel
so if somebody's
that
imposing
Palestinians would be unwilling to move to whatever we're calling this new greater Israel-Palestine and have equal rights under the law and equal protections under the law, or that there would be pushback, violence from Israelis, the likes of which we've obviously been seeing in the West Bank, and toward Arabs living in Israel again for a very long time?
My sense is that it's actually from both sides. I mean, if you are a Palestinian, would you want to live in a state with Israelis at this point?
You'd want to not be murdered.
As opposed to living in an open-air prison and getting bombed to smithereens and having food and aid blockades. Yeah, if I were allowed to. I mean, isn't that... I mean, that's what's...
Well, no, you're comparing... You're comparing... That's not really what the question is, though, right?
You're saying
we're
the
comparing
two
a one-state and two-state. Yeah. I mean,
right, but the second state is
the hell that they're living right now. Anything, I'm sure, would be better. The question is between a two-state and a one-state. Let's say that both of them were politically feasible. Given the horrors that has been experienced, do you think that there is a stronger desire?
I think they don't want to be cut off from their family
for coexistence within a state the very belief that coexistence is possible within one state together. And again, I have to say, from my standpoint, if that is the path that they would prefer, no one should stand in their way. I just don't see the desire for that, the support for that having increased. I think there's a lot of challenges with this two-state, and a lot of it is because people believe that there's only one way of doing two-state.
I just don't
and that it
know why
is Oslo,
Israel
it's
gets to be an
incremental,
ethno-state.
all of these small steps
that we were moving away from that.
Nowhere. I agree 100%. The process of that
I
was
don't
disastrous.
think we should have ethno-states.
Should never be repeated.
I don't think we should have a
It should be
state that
flipped
like
on its head. It should not be a negotiation
citizenship
between
is
the two
based on
sides
like
when one side is holding all
ethnicity.
the
That's fucked
cards.
up. You know?
I agree with that 100%, but that is separate as to whether a two-state is preferable to a one-state.
I'm going to make a moral argument and not a political argument, and I fully accept that.
Yeah,
this
fucking
may
facts
be
on the ground. That's what it's called. It's called facts on the ground.
What
That's what they say.
Sort of
like,
bothering me.
We're going to establish
is the
some facts on the ground.
that
Means we're going to kill some
people
fucking
do people
babies.
because of acrimony. That is, acrimony is not a word that does it justice, right? The presumption is that a blood feud is so deep and so intractable that it can only be satisfied by partition. There's something that doesn't quite sit well with me, that's kind of a presumption one should buy into, even if it's like a geopolitical reality. And I say that, I gotta say, as a Black American, I'm thinking about the Civil War. I'm thinking about the question of whether or not, one could very easily argue, and people did argue, that we can't free the slaves because after basically what we've done to them, it will never be safe to live around them. Of course, they're going to want to kill us. Of course, they're going to exact retribution. And maybe this example actually proves your point.
I mean, the problem is just that
problems
they have explicitly sought out to like entangle themselves and make them hard to dislodge. I think that's the real issue. So like, if you can do that without violence, like this whole scenario involves some sort of fucking functional UN peacekeepers or whatever, right? Gonna have to like escort settlers out, like that seems like that'll be fucking gnarly. But like I said, it's like in this scenario, this dream scenario we're playing, there's the UN is willing to do that for whatever reason. I don't know. I just don't think they'd get a good cut. Like they'd get ripped off on the split. That's the problem. It's like if there's a way to solve for that where they don't get screwed out of the fucking, it needs like the Oslo deal wasn't a good deal either, right? It's like even if they get to 67 borders, I don't even know if that's like how fair that is. I think I think it's like if it is all one state and then it's just a question of like fighting for civil rights, through like the Israeli court system, that might be easier, I don't know. Like I said, the whole fucking scenario is like it's like a fantasy, right? So
of racial integration in the United States of America, but certainly we at least presume that the answer to whatever continued inequities is not physical partition of Black people and white people. At least for now. We'll see what the Trump administration does with this 14th Amendment. LOL. But you see what I'm getting at? That these are not novel arguments between.
Yeah. From a moral standpoint, the idea that we have to accept that separation is the only option. I totally understand that. And again, I want to emphasize again, if a situation suddenly emerges that points to a stronger desire on both sides for a one-state solution, we're delighted. I have no preference one way or another. But I personally don't see that. I see that as less likely, even though even a two-state is extremely, extremely difficult to get, given the massive amount of deliberate settlements that the Israelis have built for the very purpose of making a Palestinian state non-viable, and the pressures that need to be put on in order to uproot those, as it was done in Gaza earlier on. It's going to be extremely difficult. But I think, at least as things stand right now, one state is even more difficult.
Hey YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a podcast. You can catch an extra premium episode every Monday for $5 a month at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. That's patreon.com/badfaithpodcast for $5 a month, an extra episode every week.
That's fucking... This is another... Didn't he just have a video about this? Oh no, it turns out it went on Bill Maher's show. Oh no.
There were news reports that Amazon was intending to put a little line on. You get like when you buy something on any online play. I mean, really, I guess even in IRL, as it were, you'll get like a breakdown, like tax. Here's a weird service fee that probably means nothing. Here's sometimes now at restaurants, in New York, you get like
calorie counts.
No, I mean like not a tip, but like a service fee for to make sure that people in the back of the kitchen get paid, that type of thing, or something like that. Yeah. And Amazon apparently was planning to attribute part of the costs of any item, which, I mean, frankly, I like that type of transparency. We should know if they're going to jack up the cost, not just for those things that they pay a tariff on, but we should also know that if the prices go up on something, they can't falsely attribute it to tariffs in general.
Right.
Yeah, right.
And that was their plan, which seems like a very reasonable thing to do. And that was a declaration of war as far as the Trump administration was concerned. Here is Caroline Leavitt. She is the White House press secretary. One of the senior members of the administration relative to like the Doge boys. I'm talking in terms of age.
Oh, she is in her upper 20s, so it makes her a very seasoned veteran.
Yep. And here she is talking about this despicable move by Amazon. I don't know why they're not proud of it, because we're going to be making so much money that we're not going to have to pay, there's not going to be any income taxes. This is great for the economy. We get to see how the tariffs are working in real time.
Most transparent administration.
So it was reported this morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect, crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this, since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that...
Oh, pause it for 1 second.
They have been blaming Biden for raising prices for years now.
What would they do? Put a line item that go like the Biden inflation hike?
The pandemic tax.
Probably because it was the sellers that were hiking prices and not the Biden administration telling them to raise prices.
And incidentally, they let you knew that the prices were raised, but you could see the number. Right? Like, I mean, according to Donald Trump, the line item for tariffs should be 0 cents. And it would be a great way to prove to the American public that you're not paying for the tariffs. I mean, maybe in some instances it could actually be negative. Like, China paid this.
Right.
Even though it's coming out a year back.
Well, it's sort of the same dynamic. With Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We're just going to front them the money.
Yeah, just give me $8 and China will pay it eventually.
Go back, and the amazing thing is, like, first off, this press conference is at 8:56 a.m. So Trump is actually, maybe it's like they must have said something on Fox and Friends this morning, and so he just lost it. And he got on the phone with her, like, I'm paying attention to this. This freaked them out so very much, and well, we'll tell you the rest of the story after this.
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans
Wait, stop. Was that the picture of the arm?
Yeah.
Was that the picture
guy's
of the arm?
arm?
Go back.
Yeah.
There's the arm. Is that the Chinese propaganda arm?
It's holding the Amazon Fire.
Incidentally, didn't we ban TikTok?
Yeah, any day now.
I mean, apparently on TikTok, there is a never-ending stream of reminding Americans that this stuff, they're not going to get stuff or it's going to be more expensive now. So why didn't Trump go through with the ban on TikTok?
Well, I think it's still a matter of these negotiations, right?
Oh, Oh, yeah, right. I have it right here. China says there are no trade tariff talks. This is confusing.
It is.
This is why we get the big money to figure this stuff out.
It's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
And the Iraq.
So, okay, wait a second. So wait, are we back to the reason why we're doing this is not to raise money so that we don't have taxes, and not so that we can win. It's to onshore
manufacturing.
Shoring manufacturing. Interesting. Okay.
It's really is just pick one of those out of the hat, and it will change on an hourly basis what the purpose of the tariffs
it's because of fentanyl.
That too.
Now, Jeff Stein reports, I guess.
Like an hour after this press conference.
Was it an hour after the press conference, or was it before the press conference?
Oh, I guess it does say 7:13 in the morning. So that's prior to this
But wait a
press
second,
conference.
but he wrote that, I'm confused by the timing on that, because he wrote that Levitt, and I thought that
might be
an internal issue with this system.
East Pacific time. This is recent.
Okay, so right after that, then Amazon spokesperson says this was never under consideration. Amazon website says Amazon Hall has considered listing import price duties on certain products. Folks, if you use Amazon, I would write them and request that you get to see the tariff prices.
Yeah.
I think this is a great idea for all, just from a consumer protection standpoint.
So I shop, I guess I'll out myself as a consumer. I bought some shorts from a company called Fabletics a month ago. In the receipt, there's a little thing called the tariff surcharge for $5.25 that was on a $60 order. Recent changes to tariff policy have increased.
Hold on, that's almost 10%. Just showing that I can do math.
Okay.
There you go.
I can't fact check that. Recent changes in tariff policy have increased the cost of importing goods to ensure the quality of apparel you've come to trust from Fabletics. We've implemented a small percentage tariff surcharge. Thank you for understanding. My point is, whether or not Amazon is caved today, as if this continues to roll on,
They're all going
it's
to
going to show up
use
in your
it.
receipts because it's going to be a massive problem.
I mean,
Absolutely.
how about things like toy prices could jump 50% following Trump's tariffs on China and Vietnam? That's going to have a real impact. And as we said yesterday, the cheapest items at the dollar store that are manufactured in China, those are the stuff that's going to be hit the hardest in terms of percentage increases, and the people that buy those things are usually lower income people. But I'm also confused as to why Trump and the administration is mad at this. Isn't he all into signing his work? He signed all those COVID checks.
That's a good point.
Much to the chagrin of Obama, which was silly because he was marketing himself. The Democrats should be doing that. But why doesn't he want to market this?
Probably because it's a big, giant theft by people like that. And if we were serious about onshoring that, we wouldn't be doing tax cuts. We would be reinvesting into manufacturing and that sort of productive capacity. We're not doing that.
We literally cut the people who were doing the industrial planning in this country.
But Biden hired those people.
Those people were woke.
And it's just so weird that he's basically saying also pick an answer out of a hat on a daily basis, that these are a way to potentially get rid of income taxes. Is the Republican budget talking about eliminating income taxes right now?
They're actually not even constitutional if you go back to the 19-teens.
It's so disorganized from their agenda there's Medicaid cuts, they can agree on that, but they're nowhere close to the idea of eliminating income taxes. This is just like a right-wing, almost gold bug adjacent conspiracy theory that he's trying to implement here.
I
mean, they're probably going to do it, though.
Selling, Trump tariff stickers or something like that, people to put on their on prices as they go around.
Liberation Day.
I feel liberated.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Remember the skiff that members of Congress were supposed to have with UFO experts yesterday? Well, there's been a snag. Shocking, right? Well, let's talk about it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I'll talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments below.
They cut the skiff budget so they couldn't do it anymore.
Unfortunately, our friends in the House of Representatives had to postpone one of our classified meetings until later this month. This last-minute, literally schedule change was due to some non-related House matters concerning budgets, not UAP. As such, we are still on track for our discussions on the Senate side later this week and other important matters. So what kind of meetings are we talking about? Well, here he is talking about it. This is a 10-minute long video, but I'll just play a little bit.
So the reason why we are here is that we are having some discussions on the Hill, like we do normally.
Luis Gusano.
But what makes this a little different is that we're holding classified briefings, meaning we're having discussions with certain members of the House at the classified level. Forgive me, I'm also dog sitting, so my daughter's
dog sitting.
Unfortunately, I cannot edit that out, so you're going to have to hear it.
I'm not either.
We're having classified meetings
God, you suck
with
so bad.
certain members of Congress on the House side, to be followed by classified meetings on the Senate side. Now, what is the purpose of these meetings? It's not just to sit there and exchange information in glad hand. What we have been trying to do for the last 3 years, really, in some of these more intense engagements, is to try to help government work better, meaning you have elements on the legislative branch that are responsible in this particular case, for example, Congresswoman Luna, who has a task force for transparency and truth. And the
Chinese
UAP company
sleeves,
is
yeah,
part of it,
right?
to include the JFK files and the MLK assassination and some other things like that. UAPs tend to be right at the top of her list of to do. There's an expectation by Congress. There's also an expectation by a president to get to the bottom.
There's supposed to be a briefing in Skip today, but they canceled it.
Been secret for way too long. So her, along with her colleagues and peers, to include Representative Eric Burleson and
The size of his watch.
Representative Tim Burchett, will be attending these meetings. And what we are doing is bringing elements from the executive branch, particularly the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who have their own investigative type.
They had to have a briefing on the drones,
We
though.
also are bringing in people from the Department of Defense. I won't say which particular organizations yet, because I don't want those individuals to get in any trouble through the chain of command. And also individuals from the intelligence community, people who have been for quite some time involved in this area for the government and for their respective organizations, to brief Congress what they know. Now imagine that, the executive branch and the legislative branch sitting down for the very first time, having a classified discussion about what they all know about this topic regarding UAP, what's the latest information, what's the latest investigative results. I also want to take a moment here to...
Okay, I'll let you watch this full discussion here. Again, it's like 10 minutes long, but there you go. That's kind of what they're trying to do. And they're also trying to guide the process, and I guess to give their own information as well. And, you know, people like Chris and Admiral Tim Gallaudet and others are involved in this process. It sounds like a very well thought out process. I'm very impressed by it. They're going to have both Senate meetings and House meetings. The Senate meetings, he says, are going to follow the House meetings. So if this House skiff has been delayed, I wonder if the Senate meetings have also been delayed. So we'll see how that all shakes out. Ross Coulthart is also talking about this delay. Okay, well, there's been a spanner in the works. There was meant to be a secure, compartmented information facility, a skiff briefing today, where there were going to be confidential briefings from witnesses to the members of the House Oversight and Accountability Committee. That particular hearing has now been delayed. But what is going to happen on Thursday now is there's still going to be a briefing of Congress's Oversight and Accountability Committee by the UAP Disclosure Fund, which is an activist lobby group pushing for UAP disclosure. And we're going to have people like Lua Elizondo, Dr. Eric Davis, Admiral Tim Gallaudet, Mike Gold from NASA, and they're going to be talking to the issue of what issues are posed by these UAPs presenting themselves as they are increasingly in US airspace. And that's going to be the preliminary for what's expected to be a public hearing presided over by Anna Paulina Luna, Representative Anna Paulina Luna. Okay, yeah, so we had that to look forward to on Thursday. We also have one other thing to look forward to today, and that's the briefing on the mystery drones.
Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are looking to get to the bottom of who's responsible for numerous drone sightings near U.S. military bases in recent months. Today's House subcommittee hearing comes months after the White House said those drones spotted over New Jersey were, quote, not the enemy. News Nation's Brooke Schaefer is keeping tabs on this one for us. Brooke, good morning. I remember those drones over New Jersey. People were worried. But lawmakers treating these drones as a serious threat now.
No one believes that.
Kenna, officials from the Department of Defense and the FAA are expected to testify in this hearing in Washington, D.C. later today, addressing what at least one lawmaker described as a significant threat to our national security. The subcommittee on military and foreign affairs says drone sightings over military bases have shot up, and U.S. military sites are being exposed to surveillance, espionage, and potential weaponization. Congress today looking to tackle those vulnerabilities and answer the question of who is in charge. Subcommittee Chairman Congressman William Timmons said U.S. agencies' confusion over who's responsible for countering increased drone activity.
That's like bullshit, Cope. Dude.
the military base that is shutting down its runways because there's fucking drones on them, you know, quote unquote drones, is obviously very clearly responsible for countering said drones. You know, if you're worried about like some sort of like, oh, we didn't know it was chain of command or whatever, that's just fucking bullshit, right? It's just, you know, trying to cause more obfuscation.
Severely hinders our military's ability to respond to
Pretend
threats
that there's
in
a
real
reason.
time.
Oh, we didn't know.
As you mentioned,
Ooh.
today's hearing, it comes several months after a number of drones were spotted over New Jersey, prompting serious concern for weeks from people who live there. Some of those drones were reportedly sighted over 2 military installations, according to the Department of Defense, though a spokesperson for the Joint Staff called those sightings typical. But a top Northcom and NORAD officer told the Senate Armed Services Committee in February there were 350 uncrewed aircraft systems reported last year over 100 different military installations, telling senators these drones pose a growing threat to safety and security.
But I thought they were all FAA approved. How can that be?
FAA approved.
Well, maybe we'll find out at the hearing. So yeah, we do have some stuff to look forward to. We've got this hearing on the mystery drones. We've got the other hearing or briefing or whatever it is on Thursday that brought to us by the UAP Disclosure Fund, and I'm really glad to see them revealing some of what they've been doing. I think it's really exciting to have these different groups working in a very coordinated, intelligent way, engaging with Congress at a very high level. I think that's awesome. I'm very excited about what the UAP Disclosure Fund is going to bring to the table on all of this, and it looks like we're going to find out some of that on Thursday. What do you think they're going to discuss with the mystery drones? Are they going to actually go there, like with the anomalous nature of the mystery drones? Or, you know, they've already said it's not an enemy, right? They've also said it's FAA approved craft, and they even tried to float an idea that maybe it wasn't an enemy, maybe it was an Iranian mothership, but that quickly got shot down. So what will they trot out today? Will they actually go there? That these things
Is it a drone or a UFO?
They conform to a pattern that, you know, UFOs have been doing for a long time.
Most of the shit I saw in New Jersey looked like fucking UFOs.
And of course we know they actually have at least one of these things. Will they talk about that? Will they talk about what they have, you know, found out by examining this thing? Do they even know that? Do these people that are going to speak, do they even know that? And if they do, are they going to talk about it? You know, what is that thing? I want to know. I'm sure you do. But yeah, the military is in possession of at least one of these mystery drones. They haven't said boo about it. Will they say boo today? Well, we'll find out. So let me know your thoughts about it all in the comments below. Like and subscribe. Hit the bell to be notified of future videos if you don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Discord, and Rumble, links below. Love to see you guys there. If you want to support the channel, grab a
Back-to-back chodes.
We've got a lot to talk about today, guys, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. We're talking about UFOs and the paranormal. Please.
Some of them had mismatched sound. Like it would be like a little looking drone and then it would sound like an airliner or vice versa. You know, it would look like a helicopter and then it would sound like a fucking plane. Different things like that. I think it's like a costume or something. You know, I think it like... I don't think... Because they don't look like they're aerodynamic ever. I don't know how they fly like that. So I think it's like an orb, and then it kind of like grows a costume that it puts on. Or something like that.
Like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Yeah, isn't this fantastic footage from Miami Beach of this orb coming off the ocean? That is just gorgeous. Yeah, is that is that a plasma ball?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
exactly like they were
what is
saying.
that? What are these things? What are these things? Let me know your theories. But the cool thing about this video is that ProPixel's Video Analysis and Research has done a exploration and analysis of this footage. And he seems to conclude that we are indeed looking at a real
The
object.
Merkaba, yeah, right?
So,
I
right
think
here,
that's what it's...
This is an actual object flying
wheels
in off
within
the
wheels.
beach between these two
It's
buildings.
like Bob says.
Don't know what it is. It could literally be like a DJI with just a bright light hanging off of it. The interesting part about it is it's at 360. It's putting out the light in 360 degrees because we see the reflection behind it. We see the reflection in front of it. I don't see any. Let's see if we can. This is going to be super noisy, but
Well, anyway, so he's. I'll let you watch the full analysis at your leisure, and I'll link to it. But he concludes that we are looking at a real object. He's not saying it's a UFO, but he's not saying it's not. He's saying, well, it could be a drone. I mean, it doesn't look very drone-like to me. You never know. You never know. But I think this is fantastic footage that has been analyzed by at least one analyst and verified as being legit object, not CGI, not a lens flare, but a real object moving between those buildings coming off the ocean. Love it. Love it. Fantastic stuff. Speaking of wild UFO
DJI
footage,
holding a
was
lantern.
a UFO seen over the Pope's funeral? Well, this was filmed
Probably.
over the Pope's funeral. There's a helicopter over the funeral and a UFO, possibly a dragon UFO, buzzed the helicopter. You know, look at that. I don't know if that's a news crew or a security crew, but yeah, look at that.
One of my
Look
favorite
at that.
sightings ever
Amazing,
was in
weird,
Italy.
anomalous thing, whatever the heck that is. It's not like an orb. It's almost like a wisp of cloud or something. That is just such a weird UFO. Could that be a Tic Tac, and the camera is just rendering it as kind of a wispy shape? Or are we looking at more of it like a Skywatcher Tic Tac, where they're more anomalous?
I think those things are like
it's already pretty anomalous,
constantly
but
looking.
the
Yeah, those are
Skywatcher
always up there.
UFOs are bendy and noodly and strange. They're not hard structured objects. in
I
the
think
way
they're all
I
like
at
that.
least had been thinking about Tic Tacs. So could that be what we're looking at? Or maybe that's the cloaking technology disguising itself from the camera or from the visual spectrum. And you can only see this wispy, weird, cloudy shape.
I mean, most people don't get close enough to
yeah,
touch
so
them.
let me know what you think we're looking at here. But either way, that's really interesting.
If they do,
Of
they
course,
usually
that
get
doesn't
radiation
necessarily
sickness and
mean
shit.
that beings
right?
are particularly interested in the Pope, because they buzz, airborne objects all the time. They seem to have their presence globally all the time, really. So, I don't know if this means they were interested in the
Yeah,
Pope
but they
or not,
probably had guests
but
at the Pope's
they might
funeral
have been.
inside.
They might have been.
And there's
So
probably
let me
some
know your thoughts
lizard
on all of
people
that.
in there.
But fantastic footage. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Wixie. Meanwhile, we have an article from Chris Sharp where Chris says the Arrow is in possession of non-human technology or artifacts. Multiple U.S. intelligence and defense sources have confirmed to Liberation Times that the Pentagon's Arrow has, one source stated, coordinated the collection and analysis of materials from an unknown origin. According to sources,
Wow.
the material is connected with an alleged UAP event and is not readily explainable in reference to its composition. The DoD issued a response. To date, Arrow has not discovered any verifiable information to
Yeah,
substantiate
okay, sure, dude.
claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of ET materials
They said
have
ET.
existed in the past or exist currently. Well, of course not. Now,
That's what they always do,
what are we
dude.
talking about here? The claims that
They say
Arrow
ET
is already aware and
specifically.
engaged with unknown materials comes in the wake of an announcement made earlier this week by Harvard physicist Avi Loeb. He revealed that the initial analysis of metal fragments recovered by his team from the Pacific Ocean in June strongly indicates an origin in interstellar space. So, yeah, that goes back to Avi Loeb and Project Galileo. And while I full-heartedly support what they're doing, and I think it's very exciting that they may be able to engage mainstream science and the general public with this sort of stuff. It's
just
not
more
super
debunker
exciting
shit.
to me personally. Because
Trump wore a blue suit to the
the
funeral.
government
God, that's such a
has
Trump thing to
actual
do. So
votes.
disrespectful.
But it is what it is, and it looks like Arrow has been able to study that.
Trump. Dude, he's
which
always
is
doing that. He's
intriguing,
never doing decorum.
But it's not like, the title of this article might lead you to believe something way more exciting. Multiple sources confirm the Pentagon's UFO office has coordinated collection and analysis of material from unknown origin. Well,
So they mean
that may
Avi
be
Loeb's thing,
technically
or what?
But the details aren't quite as sexy as all of that. At least I don't think so. But let me know what you guys think.
Dude.
Meanwhile, check this out. From Mario Novel, robots can now help with surgery.
That might
And
be
they're
something they
actually
would
good
do,
at it.
right?
Medtronic
Like,
tested.
I could see a situation where the government does want to collect all the anomalous material that private industry has, for selfish reasons, right? Something like that.
It's Hugo Robot and 137 real surgeries, fixing prostates, kidneys, and bladders, and the results were better than doctors expected. Complication rates were super low, just 3.7% for prostate surgeries, 1.9 for kidney surgeries, and 17.9 for bladder surgeries, all beating safety goals from years of research. So that's really interesting. Elon Musk replied to this, saying robots will surpass good human surgeons within a few years.
Yeah.
And the best human surgeons within 5 years.
Okay,
That's
bro.
wild, guys. Who knows if that's actually true or
No,
not?
he's not.
But
Dude,
we
he
could
just
be
says that
living
shit.
in the age
Disempower
where
workers.
Robots, not humans.
They've been doing this for
perform
fucking
surgery.
decades. You want
Would
workers
you
to think
guys
they're going to be
trust a
replaced
robot
tomorrow.
to do the surgery?
No.
Hey, maybe you trust them better. Let me know what you think. Meanwhile, John Ramirez is saying that
They're more
OSAP was shut
expensive.
down because somebody believed they were dealing with demonic activity.
I've never heard of anyone.
I don't believe
CIA
anything
saying
this guy
that,
says.
Aliens are demons.
I think this guy's a fucking
that came from
disinfo
the
guy.
Pentagon. There was.
I think he's just out there to
official.
confuse shit.
I'll say his name. I'll type his name out. You can research him. That's his name, David Shedd. You can write that down and research him. He
David
actually
Shedd?
believed that
Uh-oh.
what we were
Like
dealing
Jaime
with,
Shedd? Yeah, you were supposed to have full
was
self-driving years
demonic,
ago.
and he withdrew money from
Although-
OSAP.
I remember reading something about the Neuralink. Like, I think their first thing that they did when they started up was that they were developing a robot surgeon thing to, like, stick the chips in. Because they're thinking at scale, right? We can't be having these fucking meat sacks doing all of our surgery. We need to have a robot surgeon that can just stick them in there real quick. No muss, no fuss. I think they did that. I don't know. I think knowing Musk, it's probably they just did the thing that could do the one task. That's probably can't do these other surgeries. I don't know. And Nossi? Yeah, I'd like to hit that Nossi, yeah. Both of those Nossis, yeah.
Here from our audience. Let's go.
Okay, so yeah, really interesting that may have been a factor. Lou Elizondo has also talked about running into people that felt this was demonic and they were putting up roadblocks. And that is a repeated message that you get. Now, I don't know if these people actually.
I mean, I bet
think
you
it's
his robot
demonic,
brain surgeon
or
sucks.
if they were using that as an excuse to scare people away from pushing for answers about this. The whole Collins elite narrative. I have to wonder if those,
And again, it's
real,
like
you
the
know, if those
point.
people really felt like they were dealing with demons, or if they just wanted to shut people up and were using this to suppress information. Either way, if he did feel it's demonic, I guess it's not hard to understand how he got there. Talking about OSAP and their work at Skinwalker Ranch, dealing with strange paranormal entities and so on.
Chodes.
And these scary stuff.
Chode's
Skinwalkers
demonic.
and, all sorts of weirdness out there. you could definitely see how
call him
somebody
demonic
with a
chode.
religious frame of mind would interpret that as demonic.
That's what I call him.
However, it's such a shame that
Demon
OSAP's
chode.
funding was cut. That's just a real blow.
He used to be a ghost
because they
hunter.
were doing some really amazing work out
That's where the
there at
name came
Skinwalker
from.
Ranch.
It just kind of stuck.
It's an interesting
He
situation.
was so demonic.
Because if they had continued as they had been and ultimately become a special access program as they had wanted to become,
They never
and,
would have
you know,
said anything.
Gotten their hands on some UFO technology.
Yeah, we never would have heard
as they
anything.
wanted to do, we would never have heard about them. So
Mhm.
in a way, it's kind of good that they got their funding cut. But
That's what Grant
man,
Cameron always
you can't
says.
help but wonder what they could have.
Like when they fucking followed, what's his name? Jim Semivan. Like when Jim Semivan, like when the phenomenon chased him home and fucked with him and his wife. Because again, the phenomenon fucks with the military people, right? Like it doesn't like, I say the deep state, but it doesn't like, you know, any of those assholes, right? Like they always complain about a hitchhiker effect. No, it's doing it to you specifically because you're law enforcement, right? That's why they kind of like have been doing this hands-off thing in the last few years, like you see with Bledsoe, right? Where they don't run their own programs anymore. They just let certain key people take their shit private, you know, like I said, Bledsoe, Jake Barber, other kind of experiencer groups, right? And they just exploit whatever developments they make, you know, and try to like hone in on all their, you know, all their research efforts and shit. Like they think they can like trick the phenomenon, and I don't think they can, right? I think that's like a whole part of the phenomenon is that it like can like read our minds and shit, right? So like these military guys think that they're gonna be able to like somehow, you know, oh I swear we're not part of the deep state anymore. I don't think that's gonna work. I mean maybe, but like I don't know. The shit that Skywatcher's doing, I don't know ultimately how successful that'll be, right? I think we'll see. They bring fucking machine guns to like, you know, they like turn the dog whistle thing on and then they fucking load the clip. You know, I don't know if that's really the right environment.
Meanwhile, here's Bob Lazar talking about an older incident of conflict between beings and humans.
Allegedly, what happened in '79, there was some sort of information exchange going on where there were actual live aliens at the facility. And at one particular point, there was an area where some security personnel went to enter. And apparently, because not the sidearms, but the bullets in the sidearms, from what I understand, if they would have entered the area, the bullets would have detonated. Supposedly one of the creatures tried to stop the security personnel from entering the area, and a fight ensued. And the bottom line,
Elon promised it, so it won't happen.
altercation was that the security personnel, I don't remember how many were involved, but were all killed, and they died of head wounds, and that's all that I heard of that story.
What?
Yeah, I've heard of that story too. I heard a slightly different version of it, but it's the same.
I think they pumped Bob
story
Lazar full of
resulting
bullshit
in human
and
death,
sent him out there.
Because
I think he saw a little bit, and then I think they
they're near them.
like they don't give you a
So,
stack
yeah, I
of
think the
documents to
story
read
is
like that.
Probably true. I mean, you never know.
You know,
But it seems
need to know.
It
Silos.
seems credible to me. But let me know what you guys think. Either way, if it is true, then it definitely, you know, is a more
Yeah,
piece of
he's a
evidence
demon, not a lizard
that the
person. It's
control
true.
group is indeed working with the beings, and that it's not always a friendly exchange. Meanwhile, Stephen Diener from UAP Podcast sits down with Jason Sands, and among other things, Jason talks about the etiquette of telepathically communicating with aliens.
Really?
Communication technique. If you and I grew up in a world where we could hear each other's thoughts, that's what it feels like. We would grow up as infants and we'd probably be just like our children are when they learn their language and speak it to their moms and dads, their family, friends. You have to learn the etiquette. You have to learn respect. You have to learn all of the ways that people discuss things. And as you know, some of the ways that we communicate are affected by our emotions. I mean, when we're angry, we tend to speak a certain way. When we're happy, another way. If we're loving, same thing. So all of those things are a part of the conversation and part of.
Yeah, I'll let you watch the full thing at your leisure, but I thought that was really interesting, and this idea that emotions play a part of it is something that I've heard repeatedly from many different experiencers who have communicated with these beings telepathically, is that on that level, emotion is a big part of it. And sometimes emotion is the part of it. It is the only part of it. Like the main idea is this resonating emotion. But sometimes there is information and thoughts and stuff exchanged as well. But really interesting stuff. Definitely makes me think, better of Jason Sand's story. He does seem like he knows what he's talking about. At least it goes with some of the other information. Now, some of his information is pretty wild, and some of it I do not like at all, like the 20 and back stuff. Not a fan of the 20 and back stuff, but I believe him way more than I do Corey Good. So let me know what you guys think. Meanwhile, Wixie posts another great UFO video. Watches this bright, luminous orb searches for something in the ocean off Hawaii. I was just there, basically being a spectator for a UFO event, and as you could hear, there is nothing that could indicate that this is any kind of conventional aircraft. Yeah, that's from a witness. Okay, let's check it out, and there's audio.
You don't even see it blinking on the thing. Except on the ocean, it seems to pulsate. This thing just stands still. I'm going to be amazed because look how slow this is. Do you hear any sound whatsoever? You see the light off the... Oh yeah, it's hitting something. It's searching for something out there. Why? Look, it's just stalled out there. Brent was there filming, and I was there just basically being a spectator for a UFO event. And as you could hear, there was nothing that could indicate that this is any kind of conventional aircraft. We didn't hear anything. It was totally silent. Like, you're absolutely right. And take a look at what's happening here. We got a super close up of whatever we witnessed last night, and you can see it's illuminating the ocean like I've never seen anything do before. That is wild.
Yeah, that's fantastic footage. I would love to see ProPixels doing an analysis of this. Could it be something like that went between those buildings in Miami? I mean, it could be the same class of object. Heck, it could be the same object.
Big combustion engines always out to get the
wild
tacos.
Stuff. And hey, you never know. Mystery drones are sometimes said, or there's even videos of these things.
Oh, because you're in your bike, that's right.
From orbs. Could something like this transform into a mystery drone?
Fucked up.
Or anything else, potentially? Daz Smith was saying he was seeing shape-shifting objects that would conform to your expectations or what you could expect or, want to see or be, handle seeing. So could it be something like that with these mystery drones? And could the, originator of those things be something like this? Meanwhile, the rock technique of a Shaolin monk.
Dude, I could do that. Oh, fucking that hurts, bro. Oh, dude. Oh no, not that one. It's too big. It's too big. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Fucking dude.
All right, I could totally do that.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
totally
Jacques Ballet says we should have UFO disclosure, but it should be a structured event or process, and that structure hadn't been invented yet.
If we want to disclose, even disclose something as simple as saying, yes, we acknowledge a phenomenon, and it seems to be from space, we would have to, once you do that, you have to answer 100 other questions. This is not the end. This is not the end of the story.
While Dr. Valet is encouraged by the renewed interest in UFOs within Congress, mainstream media, and academia, he thinks someone needs to craft a well-planned strategy for how to unleash what would likely be the biggest news story in history.
I think we should disclose, but we should disclose with a structure, and the structure hasn't been invented yet.
George Knapp,
Okay, yeah, so maybe it hasn't been invented yet. I know there's a lot of people that think that actually it has been invented, and that's what we've been watching play out over the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Lou Elizondo appears to be doing.
Now, to me,
right?
it seems very haphazard. But there are a lot of people that think this is actually all part of a plan, and I can totally see why they think that. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Let me know what you think about it all in the comments
of the
below.
government
And if you've enjoyed this
are
video,
working
please
on some
like
shit.
and subscribe. Hit the bell to be notified of future videos.
Like the
You don't
Rockefeller,
wanna miss a thing.
like
Join me on social media.
Clinton.
There's Facebook and Twitter links below. I'd love to see you guys there. If you want to
At
support
least
the channel,
are
buy a
in on
coffee
it.
mug, buy a t-shirt. There's the merch store below. You can become a channel member. Channel members are rock stars. Just like that dog. Meanwhile, there's plenty of other videos on the channel, and I'll
Yeah,
see you
it's the
next
same
time.
thing.
This
It's
is
like-
Jack with Cosmic Road, signing out.
The people who have all the tech and the power are trying to keep shit the same, and the people who are on the outside looking in are trying to fucking open it up. You know? That's the basic dynamic we have, which is why Congress can be helpful in this regard, because they're also on the outside looking in. You know? There's one intro, and one interest, one issue where we're kind of aligned with them a little bit. Otherwise, like, their job is to fuck us, you know, at every turn. So this is the guy who released the... Did you see this? The guy who released the Immaculate Conception video. We were talking about it and thought it might be a, like a politician or something. Or like a general or whatever. It's just this random dude.
What's up, humans, and welcome to a new Psychoactivo. Okay, so yesterday I didn't do a video. I didn't publish a video, but I did do something really special that could potentially take the podcast to higher places. And I'm very happy to say that it went really well. So in Mexico, there is a famous podcaster whose name is Fepo Aponte. He runs a podcast called Podcast Paranormal. He's from Mérida, Yucatan. He's been doing this for about 4 years or so. And we've been talking about meeting up and recording some episodes, both for his podcast and mine. On his podcast, he has 1.5 plus million subscribers. So potentially, whenever the podcast that he does release, that's gonna give Psychoactivo a lot of exposure within the Spanish-speaking community, because I did the podcast in Spanish. I also did a podcast for Psychoactivo on my set that is already up right now, only in Spanish right now, but I am going to translate it with artificial intelligence, with the help, hopefully, of either Stephanie Carrillo or Gonzalo Chavez. They've both been helping me with this for a long time, so you can expect that during the week. But it was really cool. We've come up with a couple of really good plans and strategies to try and ease the stigma on these topics in Latin America, because there's still a lot of stigma, especially in terms of the government. The government doesn't really get involved in this. The hearing that Jaime Maussan did in
because
Mexico,
my man
with
Jaime,
both of them,
he comes out
none
and
of
y'all
them
fucking
had
attack
testimonies
him.
under oath. It was just
haters and
presentations.
debunkers.
And something that I've been thinking about is that if we wanted to do something like that in Mexico, like what
living
happened with
legend
David
Jaime
Rush,
Maussan.
or the one from last November, where they were under oath, it would have to be something like, for example, General Castañón, who recorded UAP in 2004, the same year that the Tic Tac incident happened. But he has like a really cool video of a bunch of orbs just flying in formation. And he's even in there saying we're not alone, because he was the one looking at what was in the air at the moment. I would play you the video, but I won't, because that video is copyright protected, so I'm not even gonna mess with it. I will leave it in the description so you guys can check it out. It's, at this point, it's one of the most legendary videos because it has provenance. It comes from a military source, and it is pretty startling when you look at it. So I'm gonna leave it to you guys in the description. Over the last couple of days, there's been a lot of activity in Washington, D.C. We're getting ready for 3 events that are taking place. One of them was postponed today. I'm gonna talk about that on a different video because it's It's an interesting one. But after
After
that,
Obama
and
voice?
at high
What's that
noon,
sound like?
as Jeremy Corbell says, he finally released part 1 of his interview with the Immaculate Constellation whistleblower. And his name is Matthew Brown. And
that's
he
my
showed
name.
his face. And I think that is an incredibly brave thing to
Dude,
do
he's gonna
based
get
on the
fucking-
circumstances.
Trump's gonna put him in the
which he's
gulag.
presenting this information. Just to give you a little bit of context, I've been talking to people about rumors that whistleblowers were going to come forward. The video I did on Sunday, that was referring to Mr. Vinny Adams' podcast that released on Monday of this guy, Ben, who's a whistleblower. He was covering his face so we couldn't see who he is. And his voice.
Dude, there's
as
so
well.
many whistleblowers
And it was
lately.
a really interesting conversation too.
He
I'm
sounded
gonna
like
leave it in the
Luis
description.
Elizondo too.
I did not cover it because although it is valuable testimony, and I'm going to leave it in the description again, covering your face and covering your voice is not
tough shit.
always very well received. And I know that Vinny does check on his sources, and I'm positive that the sources that he checked on are correct. But it still garners some doubts when that happens. And it's not the podcaster's fault. And also, it's not the fault
this
of the
guy's gonna get
whistleblower that's
arrested.
coming
This
forward.
Immaculate
They're afraid for
Constellation
their
guy,
lives.
like,
and that is complete.
If they don't come after him, I'm gonna be suspicious, right? These other guys, it's like, I'm also dubious, kind of, but at least they kind of have stories that kind of go along with it. You know, it's like they're like whistleblowers, like in the traditional sense, right? Like they are exposing wrongdoings from their bosses. So, you know, that's kind of like, theoretically, that's like their protective layer. You know, like Grush is, you know, got this thing going on at the Inspector General, which, you know, they never were going to make a ruling on, or maybe it's just they did, but it's classified, you know? But that was the reason he was allowed to come public. And then same, what's his face? Jake Barber was retired. And he had this whole narrative too about how they was like his life was in danger. This guy's just like a dude who works at the Pentagon who like found some classified shit and then he released it. You know?
Completely understandable, which is what makes Matthew Brown's testimony all that more
Really?
powerful, because Matthew Brown appeared on the Weaponized podcast on Tuesday, April 29, and he specifically said that he didn't go through the DOPSR process. Contrary to, for example, Lou Elizondo, David Grush, and everybody else who's been coming forward recently who decide to stay in line. So he is right there saying that the repercussions of doing this without the DOPSR process is life in prison and even the death penalty. And this is something that people like David Grush, Lou Elizondo did not dare doing. They're going through DOPSR. And that is one of the main points of contention that we've heard.
Yeah, this Matthew Brown guy is going to get fucking executed. Dude, that'd be funny if Trump
laws and
executed this
and all
guy.
that. This guy, Matthew Brown, did not do that. And you can see
Send
it
him to South
in the
Carolina
interview.
and had him go to the
He's
firing
afraid
squad.
for his life. So the fact that he's coming forward with Jeremy and George, he seemed really on edge. I think that the way to help him out, all of us, is to make his name go viral. Mention him as much as you want. Matthew Brown, the Immaculate Constellation whistleblower. Say it.
Dude, maybe
everywhere,
Nancy
on
Mace
every
can do
social
that.
media page you can find. Because if he becomes famous, that automatically protects him a little bit more from any repercussion that we're talking here. But I am going to show you guys arguably one of the most interesting parts of the interview, but there were a lot of bombs dropped in that interview. He talked about
the old lady does that.
For example, he discussed a meeting an alleged meeting that Secretary of State Marco Rubio had with Sean Kirkpatrick before Marco Rubio was Secretary of State. And according to Brown, both Rubio and Kirkpatrick talk about the legacy program as if it existed.
Really?
And that is the first time that I see anybody saying that Kirkpatrick does acknowledge this program. So that's pretty significant. That's at the very end of the video, because that's a teaser for the second part that Jeremy himself said that it's gonna either come out on a weekly basis, it's 3 parts, or sooner, he said. So I hope that he does it sooner, because I think that this is one of the most significant whistleblowers that have come out recently. And man, we've been spoiled with interviews recently. Last week, we had the Harold Malmgren interview. We had John Ramirez coming back. By the way, Ramirez was on the Twitter space, I think yesterday, and he put in doubt the Immaculate Constellation whistleblowers information. And then a day later, Matthew Brown comes forward. So that was interesting too. But in general, what I think was the most interesting part for me was this.
So the next slide, the third slide about, just jumps straight into the mission of the SAP and showing what apparently the results of that mission are. And it's a collection incident in the Pacific Ocean. The subject of collection is several Russian naval intelligence vessels in the middle of the ocean at night. And above those vessels is a large black triangle floating in the air.
Did you get that? Wow. A black triangle floating in the air. And if you guys remember, Tom DeLonge was one of the first people that talked about one of these on the Joe Rogan podcast. He even showed a video that people claim it's been debunked, but he showed it as if it was real. And it's a really startling video, if you ask me. If somebody who's like a real expert on CGI did that, he did a wonderful job, because
that
it
looks
looks
really
real.
fucking good.
And it's from a night vision camera. I'm gonna show it to you guys while I speak, so you guys can check it out. But yeah, a black triangle in Russia. It's an image. It was big. The legendary TR-3B, they call it. And this guy talks about those ARV, and he says, and this is an important distinction, he says that ARV, he doesn't know if it's alien or advanced reproduction vehicle. We know that for the longest time, when this term has been used, it's been said that it is actually alien reproduction vehicle, but this guy says that it's possible that it also means advanced reproduction vehicle. I thought that was interesting.
This is a still image, but it is color.
Okay, so that's the first kind of event, but what was the mission? What was the mission? That's what people want to know, is what was the mission of Immaculate Constellation as described in the product?
So in the product itself, you had to piece together the mission
by
reading the whole thing and kind of putting together the parts. It never spelled out fully, like as it should, the mission of the SAP. And I assume that's because this is a type of brief where there will be inserts to the deck, which would be inserted by the SAP control officer during the briefing that would provide another level
he
of
was
detail.
just fed that.
But based on the information included in there, and its
they put it where they knew he would
the
find
mission
it.
becomes apparent, and that is a bare minimum. It's the intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance mission of a global nature for UAPs and RVs, ARVs. The hesitation there is some time has passed. One of those acronyms is in there, either RV or ARV, and that is how the triangle, in this case, was labeled.
It's been 7 years, so as you're reading through this and that you're remembering RV or ARV just for our audience. So RV is, reverse
reproduction
vehicle. Yeah. And the ARV would mean anomalous reproduction.
We see people in the literature say alien reproduction vehicle. It could just be anomalous
advanced
or advanced. It could be anything that can go after A.
So you don't know what that is.
I don't.
This is a pretty interesting image here.
It is. And then the text that accompanies it describes the incident.
And what can you tell us?
Yeah, the summary of that is just how it unfolded. I should actually back
nervous,
up.
Huh?
The image itself was unique. This isn't by a plane or a satellite.
Dude, haven't you seen the Bourne movies? They would track this guy down.
Pretty close
they're
to
gonna
the water
fucking
line.
get this guy.
So something that to me read is we have a clandestine.
I guess he's banking on Trump having a lot on his plate.
Fleet, and it's taking pictures, trying to stay unnoticed. And so yes, in the description, it basically lays out what occurred that night.
Like I don't think
which was
he's a fraud. You know, like
our collection assets were there in area monitoring Russian naval vessels. Not sure what they're doing there. But they've been hanging out in the middle of the ocean in this place apparently for a few days. Keep an eye on them. And this night, while they are observing the Russian vessels, a large black triangle materializes or decloaks or something.
Dude,
the point is
if you were going to leave something like this for somebody to find, this is exactly the guy you would leave this to, right? Like if that was the plan, where they put it on this guy's hard drive. Oh, we forgot to fucking lock up our classified file. Something like that. And this guy, gobbled it up. He definitely looks nervous though, no? Like I think I don't think anybody's like that good of an actor to act like fake scared like this. I think people when they act fake scared, it's pretty obvious usually. Right, so I think this guy is genuinely scared, but I think potentially, it's totally plausible that like this is just a guy, right? And he worked at the Pentagon, and he came across some shit, and he's like, "Oh fuck, this is real." Okay, what's that guy's name who was on Rogan? And he just like Google's like UFO whistleblower or whatever. It seems to me pretty plausible that like random guys in the military would come forward to somebody like Knapp and Corbell. Whether that's like a honeypot of some sort is a different question. I think that they all sort of are to some degree, like that fucking NASA guy, Tim Taylor. I think someone like that, right? He's maybe sort of like the modern T. Townsend Brown, who's like rumored that like Townsend Brown kind of had his hand in all the different sort of crank shit operations during his period, right? Or he was sort of like the crank supervisor or something. I could see something like that, but like I said earlier about how it's like they've kind of farmed this out for a bunch of reasons, because neoliberalism first of all, but also because I think they're trying to like cover their tracks some more because the phenomenon, like we've heard, right? Like they stopped fucking with the spooks. Like the feds can't get them to show up, but they're still very actively engaging humanity in different places. So they're just trying to hone in on that, which I think this whole Skywatcher thing. I think this guy doesn't seem to be part of that though. Like I don't know. Like I said, he really seems scared. I don't know. I just never seen anybody like that who like is able to successfully pull off, But it's also like none of the stuff in there. It's like in 2017, if you had been Trump or somebody, not even Trump, it could have just been like Jared or somebody in Trump's White House. The New York Times article comes out. I could totally see them being like, "Oh fuck. Are we flat-footed on that? Like, I didn't know this was real." Like, and then he calls the intern and tells the intern to like gather up all the shit he could find, or somebody calls somebody to yell at and get Don Jr. maybe, and then they put this shit in a folder and then left it lying around. And Branding came in and the folder was still lying around with all this shit, and this guy was able to find it. I feel like that fits pretty good, actually. It's the kind of incompetence that's like a hallmark of these fucking chuckleheads on both sides of the aisle. So I mean, that would make a lot of sense. But like, it's it's pretty good evidence because it's like this guy, you know, it's just like a report this guy wrote where he like describes all the videos he saw, which, you know, is basically the least persuasive evidence you could possibly have.
It did not move. It appeared directly above these ships, probably no more than 200 meters, pretty close. And interestingly, as noted in the report itself, there was no visible reaction from these vessels from what would almost certainly be considered a hostile approach.
What do you take away from that? They didn't notice it, or they're not upset about it, or they don't know what to do with it, or what?
So the implication also in the text describing it was, the analysis in the text was that the Russian Navy had foreknowledge that this vehicle would appear in that area of the ocean.
Dude, the
and
Russians
they were there
were
specifically
fucking meeting up with
to
them?
either collect on it themselves, or to interact with it in some way.
Any indication
Maybe they summoned it,
there,
bro.
that they knew it's going to be there because they control it.
Yeah.
Not in that document, and I haven't seen anything to make me think that they controlled that particular craft. But
because you're a
didn't see anything
jingoist,
to the
man.
contrary either.
I'm gonna just leave it at that because I want you guys to go watch the entire episode, but I think this is an important conversation to have because
I mean, I thought it was boring. I wasn't really paying attention.
What this guy's doing is he didn't go through Dobser because he still leaves the door open for this to be reverse engineered technology, if that's what I'm getting from this. And I think we all should leave that open. Because I was having a conversation yesterday in a chat that I'm part of that has people that are specialists in propulsion, and they seem to think that the reason that this is going on right now, this push for disclosure, is because the reverse engineering part of these materials that were recovered since presumably 1933 in Magenta were only just reverse engineered and cracked in terms of propulsion very recently, and it could be either the US or China. I guess that's possible.
If China
too,
figured
but
it out, they
I
would
think that we
definitely
should
want
leave
to
the door open for
release it.
the other
It's funny.
option, which is the more controversial one, and presumably the one that could get Matthew in jail or even worse. So I think this is part of the main conversation of the first part of this episode. But they talk about a lot of things, and I urge you guys to take a look so you guys can judge for yourselves and tell me what you thought. I honestly felt afraid for this guy because he seems afraid.
Yeah,
so
dude.
The more we say his name and the more we put him out there, the more we will help protect him. So whatever you're doing, share this or share the interview with Jeremy.
Look, I vape everything.
So you guys can help him out, make him more public,
fucking vape
make
dinner if I
him
could.
more known. If he comes out with a Twitter account or any other social media account, which I think would be a good idea, he should be very active in there. And just know
he needs to go move in with
we got your
Grush.
back, man. We know
Grush
what
will
you're going
protect
through.
him.
I was able to understand the emotion in your voice, even. So this is really brave what you're doing.
Yeah,
really
it'd be cool if you
dangerous.
watched, like, people.
But the community does have your back. I'll say that much. So let me know what you think about.
Okay, calm down. Can you, for people who haven't
Jeremy
seen
Locker
JFK
Kenyon-
Revisited,
Jeremy
just give
Locker
some of the
Kenyon's gonna get him in
highlights of
trouble.
the ARRB evidence that was,
Jamie
as you pointed out,
Locker
kind
B.
of shockingly,
Kenyon.
but also predictably ignored by the media?
One of the things that is so important is that they discovered the House Select Committee on Assassinations printed a deception
Dude, that fat
in their
nussy, man, I
volumes.
can't fuck that.
In volume 7, page 37, you'll see a quote that says, unlike the witnesses at Parkland, none of the witnesses at Bethesda saw this blown out back of the skull on JFK. All right. Well, when the review board declassified all the House Select Committee documents, that was false. All right, just as many people saw this blown out back of the skull at Bethesda as saw it at Parkland. 42 witnesses, 42 eyewitnesses saw this. Now, I probably don't have to tell your audience, that is strongly suggestive of a front wound, because it's exit wounds that leave these big blasted out holes, you know, in the back of his skull. All right. Another thing that Oliver brought out with Doug Horn, and I think this is very explosive. When Horn and Jeremy Gunn interviewed John Stringer, who was the official autopsy photographer, they brought out the pictures of Kennedy's head, okay, which Stringer was supposed to have taken. And so Stringer walks up to the
killed
easel.
that one photographer.
He puts his face like right up to the pictures, and he says, "This is Ansco. I didn't use Ansco.
Yeah.
I used
exactly.
Kodak Etrichrome." And he says, "You see these numbers here at the bottom? This is a press pack. Okay, I didn't use a press pack. These numbers denote a series. I took separate dual folders." And so at the end of the interview, Jeremy Gunn asked him, "Are you ready to deny you took these photos?" And he says, if that's a press pack and if that's Ansco, I didn't take these pictures. And so then Oliver very adroitly had Whoopi Goldberg then say in the film, well, if he didn't take them, then who did take them? You know, and we segue to the whole series on Knudsen. Okay, Robert Knudsen, whose family said he took. So the question becomes, why? You know, you would think something, not really, you know, between me, you, and Oliver, you would think something like that would make a blip in the press. You know, it didn't. It didn't at all.
It suggests, just to sum it up, that there's false pictures of Kennedy's body out there. That's what the public was shown. So that doesn't look like it was a massive head wound in the back of the head, which he was shot from the front. So they buried that. They not only buried it, they distorted that evidence. That's a very important point. There's also the fingerprint story.
Oh my God! Well, that one.
Dude, all of them,
night,
every single piece of evidence
FBI
is so shoddy.
In Washington.
All of it.
And as Brian says in the film, Sebastian Latona, the #1 print expert at the FBI, is told to get prints off the rifle. He does everything. He dusts the rifle. He brings in the photographer. The photographer brings in lights to light it, to light the thing up. They're hours trying to get prints off this rifle. And at the end of I can't get any prints of value off of this rifle. All right? Now, Bob Tannenbaum told me, Jim, do you know how good Sebastian Latona was? Every DA in the country wanted Sebastian Latona
Your grandpa
at their
was
trial.
Hitler? That's cool.
Because he had written the pamphlet that every department in the country followed. Okay? If he couldn't get prints off, then miraculously, a few days later, the Dallas police do get prints off it.
Good timing.
It's
Hitler was
fascinating.
gay? I didn't know that.
The prints are very vague, right?
No. Yeah. Yeah, but he was supposed to have been shot from the back. So they fucked and they doctored the body to make it look like he got hit from Oswald, you know? Really, he got shot from the fucking... I think there was two other shooters, right? Isn't that the story? Or was it just the one? I don't know. And somebody shot him fucking up close, right in the fucking neck or whatever, right? And it went out the back of his head. But what's the story? That he was in the gutter or something, right? That's right. Yeah. Because if you look at the angle, he hit him in the neck and it went out the back of his skull. Like, that actually makes a lot of sense. Oswald fired that first shot that went wild. Or somebody did from the book depository. The first shot missed. It didn't even hit the car. Yeah, the sewer, right? She had a shot. What? What's wrong with Oliver Stone? Oliver Stone's great. I don't know, somebody did, right? I don't know, like, there's that testimony that he wasn't on the steps or whatever. But, I don't know. I don't know if much that matters. I think he was in on it, I think, and then that's why he shot Tippin, because when Tippin showed up, it's when he realized that he had been had. I think they just told him his role was something different, and then they pinned it on him. You know, he's fucking dumbass for not seeing that coming. They were obviously laying him, they were obviously making him out to be a communist patsy. He was obviously complicit in that part, right? Like, he had gone on the radio to, like, debate communism and stuff, right? And the whole Cuba thing. I just don't think he thought they were going to try to, like, pin the whole thing on him somehow. I don't know. Yeah, there's the grassy knoll, like, because there's that testimony I always liked. Somebody, it was like a Texas senator's wife who was buried by the Warren Commission, but she said that she saw Jack Ruby the morning of the assassination walking up to the grassy knoll with a long gun. Right? Which sounds pretty credible, right? Like, if like Ruby was working on it, as like the syndicates guy. But then, I don't know, I think that makes a lot of sense that Dulles would use the assassin crew. Like if they had groomed this, like, squad of, like, Cuban psychos to be, like, top-notch assassins, and then they weren't able to get Castro, I could totally see them, okay, well, let's just put them, we'll have them go after JFK. Like, just these guys hate, like, training something like that and then not getting to use it, right? They're probably so pissed off about that.
Yeah, you keep.
They all blame Kennedy for Bay of Pigs too, even though it was a stupid fucking plan. Dulles knew it was a stupid plan. The whole point of Dulles' plan was to get Kennedy to give them the air support. Even with the air support, they would have been doomed anyway. It doesn't fucking matter.
Get Prince of Value off it.
In my movie, I suggested fictionally that someone went to the funeral home and took Oswald's hand and put it on the rifle. It's the one explanation for how these vague prints got there. There was also, by the way, Oswald took a nitrate test on that same day, and he didn't have any.
They brought the gun to the morgue.
Clues on his cheek. Nothing.
Yeah, that's true too. Yes.
I mean, all
no
these
nitrates on his cheek.
This is basic Sherlock Holmes shit, and they miss it. That's why it's so annoying to me that they say, "What's the new thing you got?" Well, what's wrong with the old shit?
Right.
That no one ever proved it, and no one ever did the basic detective work that was required. Because why? Because there was such a mess bureaucratically.
It's a cover-up.
It's clear that Lyndon Johnson didn't want to go into an investigation for real because he feared it. He feared what would come out. And he feared that there'd be a war. That's what he said to the Warren Commission.
Right.
I'm just saying, why? America is very smart. We have crime shows all over the airwaves, everything, where we love crimes, but we don't even pay any attention to the most basic. The President of the United States, right. a pauper, and would get more attention for a murder than our own president. It's shocking to me.
What do you mean?
You do this film, the 1991 film with Kevin Costner. It has a major impact, right? It has a
Orchestrated by elements of the bourgeoisie.
It leads to the creation of the ARRB. Then, because the media ignores the findings of the ARRB, you make this great documentary, JFK Revisited, Through the Looking Glass. And now, fast forward to today, you have Donald Trump releasing around 80,000 pages of JFK files. So my next question is, what has been released so far by Trump and what hasn't been released that we know of?
There are some interesting things. I mean, nobody can read 77,000 pages, in a brief period of time. But for instance, what we found out is, see, the Kennedy assassination really bothered Castro, okay? And on the night of the assassination, he made a speech. okay, saying you
rambling.
watch,
He knew who
they're
it
going to
was.
try and blame this thing on us. All right. And then 4 or 5 days later, he made another speech.
He said more than that.
Saying,
he knew who did it, dude.
Look,
he said the
I
thing
know
about
about
Khrushchev.
rifles. Why would this guy use a manual bolt action rifle if he was going to be doing this thing? All right. Well, guess what? In 1969, it bothered Castro so much, he ordered a reenactment of the Kennedy assassination. And he said, I want my 3 best sharpshooters to try and do what Oswald did. Okay? And guess what? None of them could do it. And in fact, this is one of the most telling things about this whole case, is that nobody's ever been able to duplicate what Oswald did. The only way CBS did it is that they cheated for their 1967 special. All right, they enlarged a target twice the size of what Kennedy's head would do, and then they covered it up.
The big thing, the big thing about this latest information is that it's the degree of involvement of Oswald with the intelligence community. That's what's, that's the massive evidence of some kind of collusion. How does this guy who apparently has no background and is a bum and is a lone nut, how does a lone nut happen to know all these people who he's seen with in New Orleans and in Dallas and in maybe Mexico City? He's seen
What do you
with
mean? Katie
agents.
knows what's up.
Why does Angleton have his name on file from 59 on? It indicates what Richard Schweiker called the fingerprints of intelligence are all over Oswald. And we have never faced up to that because why? Because the CIA is sacred in American political history or something. They're not sacred. They're a bunch of criminals. This is what we're trying to say, and we've been saying it from the beginning. I got scorched by this, for criticizing them as thugs, as basically mafia, and we know that they cooperated with the mafia. That's not to say all the people in the CIA were bad. No, these are key people in very important leadership posts. They include Richard Helms, includes I think Alan Dulles. Although he stays clean as much as he can of the whole thing, but he's in charge and he's fired by Kennedy and he's around the case for all these months. He stays in Washington. He goes to every meeting of the Warren Commission. He monitors the Warren Commission, makes sure that they know nothing about Cuba, the Cuba operation, which he knows a lot about.
You put Bowser on the committee to find out who killed Mario.
Kill Castro all this time, and we're
Put Bowser
financing
on the committee
these
to
anti-Castro
find out who
groups
killed
in
Mario.
Miami. We have a gigantic station called
JM Wave.
JM Wave with how many people there? 800.
There's hundreds of agents at JM Wave. Yeah, it's almost 1,000. Okay.
In other words, it's bad. It's bad intent. It's bad faith.
And I watched an interview that you did years and years ago, and you compared, of course, having Dulles on the Warren Commission to like asking the Fox to investigate the hen.
Bowser and Mario, come on, dude.
He actually said that in front of Congress. Okay.
No. Mario is the best. Come on. You gotta have even if you did what was the guy's name in Die Hard? If you had John McClane trying to figure out who killed it. Wait a minute, I wanted to watch that. I feel like watching that actually.
Sideshow, because it was brought to our attention when we were making the documentary by a wonderfully interesting. Is he still alive?
Yeah, Barry Ernest. Yes.
Barry Ernst or Ernest? Is it?
Ernst. I think you're right,
Alf was a
Ernst.
soft disclosure.
Well,
That's
I think you
plausible.
should interview him, Katie. He's fascinating. He did a lot of research. All these guys do a lot of research. And Barry followed up the story of Sandra Stiles and Victoria Adams.
Adams, yeah.
Why is he
and
leaning in
Dorothy
like that?
Garner. These three women, Garner was the older
So
one. She
old.
was a supervisor with a position of some
Oh
responsibility.
yeah, this is the
other
story
two are
about
younger
those,
women.
about
They
fucking
were all on
Oswald.
the fourth floor watching the motorcade go by. They saw the shooting. The moment they saw the shooting, they responded and they made an effort to get down as fast as possible to the front of the building. They ran down 4 flights of stairs. Two of the women went ahead, and Dorothy Garner came to the edge of the staircase, looking down at them running. This was within a minute, maybe less. The fourth
No,
floor.
it's 15 to 20 seconds.
Maybe so, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't ever
Maybe
see
so.
Oswald. Now, Oswald is up on the 6th floor, and apparently he's got to get rid of the rifle. He's got to stash it someplace. Who knows what he was supposedly doing? And he runs across a very crowded, stacked boxes floor and gets down the stairs. It can't be done and not be seen by these three women. No evidence of that. Marion Baker, the next thing we know about Oswald, Marion Baker claims to have seen him on the 2nd floor lunchroom, which was shown in the film that I made. And he was having a Coke and having lunch. Okay? So he's on the 2nd, and then he goes, we know from later that Oswald goes outside and walks away into the streets. So these three women, one of them is allowed to testify, and apparently she said, tell me exactly, Jim, she was interviewed by the...
Yeah, you think George
David
Bush was
Bellin.
probably in on it?
David Bellin
I don't
on
think
the
he was
Warren
the
Commission.
shooter, but he was
Yeah.
probably
She
like the
suggested,
fucking running the
well,
team
look, why
who did
don't
it.
you call
I bet.
Sandy? Okay, she was with me the whole
That's
time.
why he ended up president.
You know, and
That was
Bellin
his
said,
reward.
we don't need her, we have you. Okay, so obviously they didn't want the corroboration.
It's like fucking
And
Ford.
here's the capper to that story, which Barry told us on camera. The local Attorney General's office in the Dallas-Fort Worth area talked to Dorothy Garner, all right? And she said that, yes, Sandy and Victoria went down the stairs, and then I saw Baker and Truly, the building supervisor, come up the stairs after that, all right? She forwarded that information to the Warren Commission, J. Lee Rankin, the chief counsel.
I mean, George
It's
Bush is
nowhere
obviously
in
lying. Like
the Warren Commission.
George Bush, when you ask him for years, he told everybody he did not know where he was that day, which is such bullshit. Everybody knows where they were. Everybody does, right? I think some people explicitly are part of the cover-up, but I think the way they do it is they just try to keep most people dumb as fuck. And people who work for the corporate media are also dumb. Like they, or not even if they're specifically dumb, it's just that they're just like gullible, I guess. You know, is what that's the vibe I get from most of them. Some of them are like malicious, like that lady who does the Sunday morning show. She knows what she's doing. And then a lot of them are like spooks, obviously. But I think, yeah, it's like spooks and morons, right? Like they get the spooks to like start the narratives, and then they get the morons to repeat them. You know? I think it works pretty good for them.
Volumes. So you have 26 volumes, 17,000 pages, and you don't have enough space to put that very important piece of information in it. Barry found that as a result of the ARB. Okay, and that's how we know about it.
Yeah, and the Stiles testimony was changed too.
No, the Adams testimony. She was the one that was testified before the Warren Commission. And she said later to Barry that there were certain parts that, I didn't say that, I said this. Okay, and Sandy Stiles wasn't even interviewed by the Warren Commission at all, period.
I mean, for my taste, I believe.
And then they get the
three
stigma
women,
cucking going
ordinary
too,
women,
right?
I believe what they saw.
They
and I believe
stigmatize
they're telling
any
the
talk
truth because
about
there's
it.
no motivation.
Yeah, what's their ulterior motive?
Especially if you're accusing the CIA.
And they're the closest of anybody to this killing. They're out the window and they see it on the 4th floor and they run down. Yeah. So it's very depressing when these things happen, and it's happened so many times, as you saw in the original movie I did. So many people disappear. So many people Bowers and the railroad signal there.
And by the way, to Oliver's credit, you know, that is in
They killed so many people in the
1991's
cover-up.
JFK. He has that happening in his 1991 movie.
And we have Oswald running down the stairs to try to show how hard it is to do this.
Right.
And get out of the lunchroom in time to see Marion Baker. It doesn't jive. It doesn't jive. These are physical things you can do on film. You know, as early, and the big thing about this latest information is that it's the degree of involvement of Oswald with the intelligence
He was campaigning,
community.
right, for the 64 election.
That's the massive evidence of some kind of collusion. How does this guy who apparently has no
That's why
background
Johnson
and
was
is
his vice
involvement
president, because he was from Texas.
A lone nut. How does a lone nut happen to know all these people who he's seen with in New Orleans and in Dallas and in maybe Mexico City? He's seen
Communist who exclusively hangs out with fucking right-wing intelligence agents.
It indicates what Richard Schweiker called the fingerprints of intelligence are all over Oswald. And we have never faced up to that because why? Because the CIA is sacred in American political history or something. They're not sacred. They're a bunch of criminals. This is what we're trying to say, and we've been saying it from the beginning. I got scorched by this, for criticizing them as thugs, as basically mafia. And
they took his Ukraine film off YouTube.
That's not to say all the people in the CIA were bad. No, these are key people in very important leadership posts. They include Richard Helms, includes, I think, Alan Dulles, although he stays clean as much as he can of the whole thing, but he's in charge, and he's fired by Kennedy, and he's around the case for all these months. He stays in Washington. He goes to every meeting of the Warren Commission. He monitors the Warren Commission, makes sure that they know nothing about Cuba, the Cuba operation, which he knows a lot about. He doesn't open his mouth. He doesn't say that we're trying to kill Castro all this time and we're financing these anti-Castro groups in Miami. We have a gigantic station called
JM Wave.
JM Wave with how many people there? 800?
They lit up like they're luminescent. I never saw anything like it. They're coming by the capsule, and they look like little stars, a whole shower of them coming by. They swirl around the capsule and go in front of the window, and they're all brilliantly lighted. They probably average maybe 7 or 8 feet apart, but I can see them all down below me also. Negative. They're very slow. They're not going away from me more than maybe 3 or 4 miles per hour.
The plasmoid's coming to get a look at him.
Approximately. They're only very slightly under my speed. Over. They do have a different motion though from me. Because they swirl around the capsule and then depart back the way that I am looking. Are you receiving? Over. There are literally thousands of them. This is Friendship 7. Am I in contact with anyone? Over. This has been going on since about 1+15, over. Just after I remarked about the sunset, I looked back up and looked out the window, and all the little swirl of particles was going by, over. This is Friendship 7 broadcasting in the blind. Sunrise has come up behind in the periscope. It was brilliant in the scope, a brilliant red as it approached the horizon and came up. And
what are those things, dude?
As I looked back up out the window, I had literally thousands of small luminous particles swirling around the capsule and going away from me at maybe 3 to 5 miles per hour. Now that I am out in the bright sun, they seem to have disappeared. It was just as the sun was coming up. I can still see just a few of them now.
This is like the
even
first
though the sun is
orbital
up some,
mission, right?
20 degrees above the horizon. I still have some of these little particles coming around the capsule occasionally here. I can see them against the dark sky even on the day side. Over. Roger, understand.
I have no idea what those particles are.
Roger, Friendship 7, we'll give blood pressure check. I still have some of these particles that I cannot identify coming around the capsule occasionally, over. Roger, how big are these particles? Very small. I would indicate they're of the order of a 1/16 of an inch or smaller. They drift by the window,
1/16 of an
see them
inch?
against the dark sky. Just at sunrise, there were literally thousands of them. It looked like just a myriad of stars, over.
Is it radiation?
Floating by you or floating with you, over. Some of them float almost with me. Most of them appear to be moving at about 3 to 5 miles an hour away from me. I'm going just a little faster than they are, over. Roger. Only really unusual thing so far beside ASCS trouble were the little particles, luminous particles around the capsule, just thousands
bizarre,
of them.
man. What
Right
the
at
fuck are
sunrise over
those?
the Pacific, over.
Little baby plasmoids?
This is Friendship 7. I do not think they were from my control jets, negative, over. Roger, Friendship 7. This is Canton. We have DM solid. Go ahead, over. Roger, this is Friendship 7, and now that sunrise is starting, I have all these little particles coming around the capsule again, just at sunrise. Roger, Friendship 7. I also can see the light on my, on steam from the thruster when I operated, over.
They're stationary and then they
This is
move.
Friendship 7. I think my, I can see a little bit of steam spitting against the dark sky here occasionally from my pitched down manual thrust, over. Roger. This is Friendship 7. All these little particles, there are thousands of them, and they're not coming from the capsule. They're something that's already up here. Because they're all
It's
over
the
the sky,
fucking
way out. I can
souls
see
on the
them,
way to the
as far
afterlife.
as I can see in each direction, almost. Roger, Friendship 7. This is Friendship 7. I'm trying to get some pictures of these particles that are outside here, over. Friendship 7, this is Canton. We also have no indication that your landing bag might be destroyed, over. Roger. Did someone report landing bag could be down, over? Negative. We had a request.
I don't know how they would be able
If
to.
you heard any flapping when
How they could
you
be
had high
stationary
capsule
and then take off.
Negative.
Like I
This was, over.
could. There's ways where they
Well, I
could be
think they
moving, but to
probably
see how
thought
some of
these
them are
particles I
stable
saw
and then
might
they
have
go
come from
zipping
that.
off,
But
that
these are,
seems
there
really
are
weird to
thousands of
me.
these things, and they go out for, it looks like miles in each direction from me, and they move by here very slowly. I saw them at the same spot on the first orbit, over. Roger. Are you still seeing the particles?
That's when it goes through the Kordylewski cloud.
Negative. I don't seem to see them around here on this side. I saw a few, just a few, just after I left Canaveral and turned around facing forward. They were coming toward me at that time. I was going, so I know that they are not coming from the capsule at all.
Orb landing? No way. Movie. The secret plan for America. That ought to be rich.
Y'all, with UFOs flying around all over our
Really,
skies, I'm
man,
so excited to
fingers,
bring you
it's so
some of
cute.
the most incredible UFO sightings we've seen recently, including a traditional flying saucer-shaped UFO, you know, like the ones we used to see in the 90s. Yeah, we've got some of those. We have a new legend
In the
orb
90s?
flying down into a parking
Didn't have
lot,
flying
and they've
saucer
seen
in
a
the
tree
90s?
instantaneously grow out of nothing. absolutely absurd. And a Immaculate Constellation whistleblower coming out and saying that we may have just been left behind. You're not going to want to miss this video. We're going to start with one of the videos of the flying saucer UFOs that looks like the traditional UFOs we used to see back in the day. This was posted by the incredible Wixie the UFO bloke, and he says it reminds him of the traditional UFO that was recently caught in Moscow, Russia, and I 100% agree with him. This video is incredible. Let me know in the comments what you think about this.
What the fuck? Whoa. Yeah, that's some old shit, huh? Wow. Look at that. Look how clunky it is. Dude, that's like some human fucking gunship. It's like humans found a flying saucer and they strapped a gun to its roof. And that's what it looks like. No? That's fucking wild. That's a wild video.
Now, I love this sighting because it is representative of the traditional sightings we used to see. Yes, we would see flat flying saucers that were silver and almost looked like the Silver Surfer's surfboard. But there were a lot of reports of UFOs with like orb little pieces, like round parts. Some thought they were landing gears. Some parts had lights that would come out on the bottom. Some said that they would have things protruding from the top. So this is actually showcasing a variant of one of those UFOs that we used to see with details that aren't often captured on camera. Next, Think Tank has caught a elongated tube-like cigar-shaped UFO. This thing was flying around in California, and as Think Tank mentioned or said, it looked like it was trying to sneak around and hide behind the clouds, almost kind of blend in, but as the clouds passed by, it kind of stuck out like a sore thumb. I find it very interesting, y'all. Smash like and check this out.
It's 1963. It's 1964. It's 1957. It's 1962.
I don't see anything. What are you looking at, bro? Yeah, it's a fucking lenticular object, huh?
Now I like that sighting and I find it fascinating, but don't get me wrong, you know I'm a little skeptical sometimes. I was looking at it, and this time again while showcasing it to you guys, I ran it through the computer and I got a better look at it. And it didn't seem to go behind the clouds. It was like over them, and then I realized, wait, he's recording through a window. So I started thinking about reflections. Now, I'm not saying it is one. It doesn't necessarily look like one, but that is a possibility. Speaking of, there are a couple of UFO clips that are going a little viral, and I want to talk about them. I want to show them to you, of course, but I want to share some knowledge about the truth of these sightings with all of you. So first, we're going to check out one that was posted from a TikToker named Contacto Alien, which is like contact of aliens, and they're passing this UFO sighting off as a living organism shooting through the sky, blasting off and creating anomalies. They say a creature traveling through the sky, and well, it's not. Check it out first.
Dude. Una criatura luminosa cruzó so como un pie brillante so no ningún explicar cualquiera. Yes, fucking. I don't know if you can back those claims up, buddy. Creatura luminoso. No one can explain it. No one can explain it.
Now, you guys saw that, and I'm sure you already know why I'm like, it's something that we see often with rocket launches, especially when they're trying to break through the barrier and go to space, like through our atmosphere. It's not like it's just super easy to whoop, be in space all of a sudden. Like there's layers of ozone and atmosphere and crap going on up there that rockets have to penetrate through. Like we don't fly off of the rock for a reason, right? So that's not necessarily some say it's the firmament, but I won't go there. But it's not necessarily
That's what it is. It's the firmament.
An alien or anything out of this world, and it's definitely not an organism. However, I've seen it spread. It has like millions of views. I've seen it in multiple places, and there's comments of people freaking out. And I don't want anyone freaking out. I don't know if any of my viewers saw this.
Creatura luminoso.
I just want my viewers to know that is
Creatura
not
luminosa.
what is being portrayed here.
Creatura luminosa.
Another
varlet
video
engines.
that I saw that's going even more viral. I saw it go viral on TikTok, then on Twitter, and I'm sure it's already going up on Facebook, but who the hell uses that?
I use
It's
Facebook.
this UFO video of an orb descending into a parking lot, zipping around, and then instantaneously blossoming a tree, like full growth, like absurd, like insanity, like mind blown, and people watching
Mind over matter.
freaking out. Now, let me know in the comments what your thoughts. I'll tell you my thoughts after, but like you have to see the video first.
Gonna do
Let me know in the
shit.
comments your thoughts on this.
Yeah, he did. Oh, what the? Wait a minute.
Whoa.
What?
It's just like a magician.
What the fuck is
Magic
that?
guy. He's a magic guy in cars.
Oh shit.
Dude, you just cursed that guy.
That's what I was telling
It was a
you.
magic
What the
spell.
fuck is that?
That's what that
I'm
looks
gonna
like.
step back.
Look at that. Yo, look at that demon he summoned. He summoned a demon to go fuck up that guy at the front of the traffic jam. It's pretty cool. I'm on the demon side. Demon be like, look at him blowing up that shit, dude.
Now, I
He
saw this
fucking
on the
demoned
comment
all over that
It's
shit,
crazy.
dude.
Wow. I
Dude.
started looking through the comments. People
Yeah.
are
Demonic
freaked
as
out.
fuck.
Like, of course.
Yeah.
I look at the video again because when you initially, right, when I showed you, you probably looked at it, you're like, what?
Yeah,
When I
it's super
initially saw
demonic,
this clip,
bro.
I'm like, what? Okay. I read through the comment, like, well, let me go watch this again. Go back and watch the clip. When you go, you're going to notice the license plate. That's what I noticed first. Look at the license plate on the cars. Those aren't letters. That makes
So?
no sense. Those aren't words, right? Then I was like, okay, wait, hold on. Let's look at the stores because there were stores in that video, right? With the
Fucking quit
storefront, there's
debunking,
names
come
like
on.
Ross, Target, Macy's, whatever the hell. I don't know what.
Yeah, it was out in the
When
sticks,
you
man.
go
They
to the
don't have
stores,
regular
when you look at the
stores.
stores in the video, also jumbled shapes, not words. This is the work of AI. Now AI is getting a lot better. You see the car alarms going off. You see the orb zipping through, the tree blossoming, the people freaking out, which could have been added after, to be fair, like the voices. But that is not a real scenario. That didn't happen.
Shut up.
That one's the most concerning because
Shut up.
AI is getting better. Again, already in the comments, I saw people freaking out, and I know
Dude,
it's
you
not real
summoned a
because
demon.
I
Shut the
told you,
fuck
but
up, man.
Not everyone is aware to look for something like that. Not everyone's expecting for people to post these fake videos. So they see this video, they take it at face value. Oh my god, an orb, tree, parking lot. Boom, they see the orb. They're
I
like,
mean,
holy
okay,
crap, guys.
but like, it doesn't really matter though, because it's just like I would put it in my pile of like maybes. You know, it's like stories that I've like put a lot of credibility in, or stuff where there's like multiple data collection sources of known recurring phenomenon, right? That's when I'm like, whoa. You know, it's like the stories that are credible, it's like they have evidence and it's like fits the pattern, you know? Nothing, I've never heard of anything like that. Like some sparkling ball of like fucking demon juice or something, whatever the fuck that was. I mean, I would just be like, oh, maybe, you know, like, it would need a lot more before it got my attention, really, though, right? I mean, I feel like people just don't understand any of this complexity. It's like with the JFK stuff, it's like, even like people who think of a conspiracy, it's like they're like aware that there's more to the story. They have no clue, right? Like, they might, a lot of them think that like LBJ or the mob did it or whatever, or the fucking Soviets. Like, you see all manner of dumb shit come through here. And they have even less of an understanding on the UFO stories. Like, how much of it is like bullshit, like it's a maddening kind of, but there's a lot of there is the thing. That's what they try to obscure with all the bullshit. Like, they think people will just be too confused and fucking, like, you know, frustrated by it all that they just give up. And that's a lot of the time, that happens a lot. Especially now with the way that they can, like, seed these narratives. You know, they can have, like, their spooky fucking accounts just posted, like, oh, anybody feeling burnout? And then just, like, get them all fucking, like, psyching each other out. People are really easy to play now, I think, at scale like that.
You see this, they're going around believing this because they're not sitting there.
That's what I think MK Ultra is now. I think it's just shit like that.
I do that because I do this.
I think they need to use drugs. And
be very careful out there. I just wanted to showcase those two because they're trending, and I wanted to nip that in the bud. Those are not.
Oh, that's his sunglasses and his hair.
UFOs,
that looks like it, like a loading thing.
Posted another incredible capture. This time from Colombia, April 17th of 2025, and it showcases yet again another traditional saucer-shaped UFO. This one a little bit more classical, a little bit smoother as opposed to the other one that we saw that looked more mechanical. Still very fascinating, y'all. Sound off in the comments with your thoughts on this.
Wow. I mean, talk about, you know, that one looks like AI. And no one has that grainy of footage anymore. Why is it so grainy? That flip phone, I guess? Why is it just standing there? It's weird. It's just sitting there.
Fascinating. And like I said, it was more traditional. It even had the dome top that we're used to seeing and some people drawing. I love it. I love that sighting. And again, I just love that we're seeing these more traditional saucers because I was thinking maybe they advanced with us and those are just like outdated, but I like those UFOs. So I like that we're still seeing them in 2025. This next clip comes from Pierre D over in France, who saw this April 29th at 9:30 p.m. Now, guys, again, in France, so if your time zone isn't there yet, calm down. This is an interesting sighting because you see this little orb flying around, and then at first even they thought it was just something regular. Then it started doing this weird, like, disappearing and reappearing, so they start recording. Then I'm like, okay, well, it could still maybe be like maybe a drone or something. But then as it starts dipping out, like it gets faster, and towards the end you're gonna see that it even has, like, if you really focus, like a tail to it as it's leaving. Like it left so quickly, it left like a trail of light, like the motion out.
Look at the interdimensional UFO hypothesis. The interdimensional UFO hypothesis is the proposal that unidentified flying object sightings are the result of experiencing other dimensions that coexist separately alongside our own.
Strange. What was that little sucker doing? And you
It's
see how he
weird.
zipped off at the end? And did you guys see the tail? Like, did you guys get to? Maybe you have to zoom in a little. What was that? Next, we have a clip from Jeremy Corbell's latest episode where he talks to a Immaculate Constellation whistleblower who claims that we may just have been left behind. It's a really good episode. I'm going to have it linked below, but I want you guys to check out this clip and let me know in the comments what you think about what he says.
Some things are crystal clear, but it's only 15 seconds. Some things you can see 45 minutes of something moving around, but it's kind of blurry because that's a lot of data.
So you've seen crystal clear at times videos of what appear to be, would you say, non-human intelligence made craft? I mean, what you see evidence that the rest of the world doesn't get to see. That starts happening.
Yeah, nothing in those videos necessarily proves it's extraterrestrial or non-human. It certainly is anomalous, exotic, and unexplainable.
And advanced.
Yes.
Beyond our capabilities, you know?
I don't know. Some of it might have been within our capabilities to replicate, even in an inferior manner, but quite a lot of it is, it's either something else or we live in a world where we have been left behind.
Now, really, between the options, if it's something else or if we've been left behind, I'm going to go with it's something else. And we need to figure out what that something else is.
Yeah,
is it
we got left behind, dog. Come on, we got left behind.
I don't feel we've been left behind by any other country simply because they would have destroyed us. Let's be real. I don't know. I just find it very interesting. And if you guys want to see more of that whistleblower interview, I can do a reaction to it on the channel. Just let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this and you love UFOs, check out those UFO videos. If you want to get a little scared, check out the paranormal videos right there. And if you want to have some
Dude,
fun,
what's this space?
come check out the reading Reddit.
Spacecraft carrier thing.
Y'all, apparently we're building a orbital spacecraft
Cloak and
carrier.
dagger.
This is like Star Wars. And
What?
apparently China's in total, but I don't know about that. That
No
could just,
way.
I don't,
Sustainability
okay,
times.
whatever.
What the fuck
I
is
don't know why they,
this?
I guess if we're putting that in space,
No
that would
way.
look crazy.
No
Like, I
way,
know,
dude. Where'd
sorry,
you
it's not
find this?
The traditional UFO that we talked about on the channel,
Where'd
but
you
apparently
find
we're
this,
putting our
Rudy?
own damn
Come on.
UFOs up in space. What is this?
No way.
Could you imagine? The race for space superiority is heating up
Who
as the
told you
United States
this?
Space Force embarks on a groundbreaking project that could reshape the future of satellite deployment. Okay, I guess it's more for satellite. That's kind of boring. At the heart of this initiative is the creation of an orbital aircraft carrier, a concept spearheaded by the innovative aerospace startups
Somebody's paying for this?
Gravitix? Instead of gravitix, I'm assuming.
Gravitix, I'm
This
sure.
ambitious project underscores the critical importance of space as a strategic domain and highlights the growing role of private enterprises in national defense efforts. I don't know how I feel about private enterprises getting into our national security and our defense efforts. I feel a little iffy about that. That's neither here nor there. I guess whatever. I was doing research for the UFO videos. Like,
Scroll down, dude.
like,
Come
you know,
on.
make a video, and I saw this. I was like, what? And satellite. I wanted to read it with you guys, and I guess I'm kind of disappointed. That's boring. I thought we were gonna start doing stuff, make it easier for the ISS to receive things, and start I don't know,
Craft
building,
carrier, what the fuck,
colonizing
man?
up there. Okay, we need to do something, and then maybe even set up these things with some cameras to capture some UFOs coming in and out of our atmosphere.
Yo,
Just
I'm with
saying,
you,
as
Moogie.
tensions
I'm with you,
mount
dog.
on the international stage, the United States is making a bold statement by investing in technologies that aim to secure its dominance in space. I do hate that, though. I hate that it's like, yeah, we're gonna do this because we're so badass. We're gonna make like a bold statement. And that's the reason, like, not for progressive, like moving forward, not to move the scientific community forward. I feel like even the moon landing, like that was super cool, but it was like more about we didn't even go back up there. That was more about the space race just to show off. We didn't, I feel like we do so much, and even still, we don't do anything. The orbital aircraft carrier, a strategic innovation. Gravitix secured an impressive $60 million contract from the U.S. Space Force to develop an orbital aircraft carrier.
60
there it
million?
goes.
What?
$60 million. And if this
Are you kidding me?
falls apart or fails,
They
there
gave
goes
these assholes $60 million?
And weren't we just talking about spending? Oh, never mind. I'm not going to go down that route. This revolutionary platform is designed to launch satellites directly from Earth's orbit, providing a faster and more efficient response to national security threats. By bypassing traditional rocket launches, the orbital carrier enhances the military's operational agility in space. I mean, I guess that makes it kind of more cool than just regular satellites. They're like war satellites, but we'll use that word lightly and we'll say enhancements and strategic innovation. Okay, interesting.
Movie,
This
you wouldn't
initiative
get it.
fuels the
It's
growing
about
interest in the US
it's
military
about national
in
security,
enhancing
okay?
its orbital presence, especially as the specter of the space arms race looms. Okay. That was just a lot to say that, in my opinion. The concept is to have a pre-positioned platform in space that can swiftly deploy satellites based on strategic needs. This innovation not only addresses current security challenges, but also positions the United States as a leader in space technology. I mean, cool, but like, wasn't Elon throwing up Starlink and doing all that crap anyway? Weren't we already kind of leading in space technology? No, actually, they do have, they're doing, I don't know, the ISS is international. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is all just hullabaloo, and we could, if there were a solar flare right now, it would end all this.
I think we're there, and between the beings dropping this stuff with breadcrumbs and the government dropping this stuff through breadcrumbs, I think in the end, because if there's no good and bad, if it's all just lessons, they told me the name of the book. Don't worry, we know how to land the plane. They've probably done it on 1,000 different planets. They know exactly how to move people down that road and change the consciousness and raise the consciousness. And the more we raise our consciousness, the more we realize it's this really grand and amazing world where we're trying to make it more elaborate. You're adding stuff, I'm adding stuff, we're making this, we're building buildings, we're doing all this kind of stuff, and with the world is just getting more and more elaborate and grander, and that's the whole plan. The whole thing is to make the world this better and better every single day.
Yeah, and speaking about the whole past lives thing, before we started recording, I brought up the Rosicrucianism thing.
Yeah.
And that guy, he recently had passed away, Dr. Robert Gilbert. But again, very similar to the Eastern tradition, say Ramana Maharshi. One of his whole big things is, who am I?
Yeah.
And the big kind of question. And it's a contemplative exercise, but Robert Gilbert describes in the Rosicrucian tradition that there's a question: who am I? What did I come here to do in this incarnation? And one of their whole goals through their exercises is saying we're all of us have these associations with non-human intelligence. These different entities that are constantly coming in and out of our field, and we're getting these impressions, and you know, in the Rosicrucian tradition, you're learning to be able to identify what impressions or impulses are your own and what are coming from other higher beings and such. So that's just interesting. You know, again, that's getting more to the indigestible thing. How are you going to explain to, you know, Joe down the block, hey, you know, you got these higher intelligence entities that are constantly coming in and out of your field and giving you ideas and inspirations and inventions, impressions.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Inclinations.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just funny that that all ties together. And you know, Robert Gilbert was huge into Rudolf Steiner, who talks about this idea of what is it? I think it was like karmic biography. And, you know, like trying to become aware of your, you know, all the different lives you've had and what you were supposed to do in them and such. But you know, before you had mentioned one of the books that you're working on has to do with
guy.
Government disclosure, or you know, why the case against government disclosure.
Yeah, and that was the whole idea of the fact that it's the wrong. I've always maintained, I still maintain that what the exercise in Congress is not so much to find out UFOs, it's to scare the living daylights out of Congress to get money, which is now going to sort of backfire, because now you see that the NASA budget has been possibly going to be cut in half. And it backs up the Trump contention back in 2016 that he's not interested in outer space. And so everybody's relying on this. And I always said that these are the last guys I want to control this stuff. That because when Leslie Kean first came out, she said, well, we should discover this because it's a threat to airline traffic. And I guess everybody just sort of laughed and went, so you've got to scare everybody to death. And you go to Congress, you go to the Armed Services and the Intelligence Committee. If you really wanted it to be a scientific investigation of what UFOs are, you go to the Science and Technology Committee. They're not even involved. Nobody's even talking to them. It's this idea of the weapons, that you need the money for weapons. And that's why I say they're probably, all you're going to get is a disclosure that, yeah, this is for real. But in terms of getting material,
we shoot you with it.
It's going to be like nuclear weapons that you're just not going to be able to see it, that these guys are going to use it for military
sped up
purposes.
A little bit.
And that's not really what I want to support. I want to try as much as I can to get the true disclosure, which is
that's
why
what
the beings here, and
said,
ways
right?
they are here, you know, because of the environment and because of the nuclear weapon stuff, which thank God somebody's going to turn off the weapons. It sort of gives me some
Dude, this guy, I'm not falling for that fucking guy again.
So in this episode, we are going to talk about the
this
humanoid priests of Peru. And we are going to dive deep into not only what were the origins of the Inca civilizations. This will be an Israel tour unlike any other.
Have fun with that, bro.
Who would literally embed the symbol of the puma into their temples and into their very walls. There's even a specific spot in one of the greatest megalithic walls downtown.
The return of the gods is an event that is prophesied by every ancient
secret plan
religion
for
on the
America
face of the
revealed.
earth. They all talk about a time when the old ones return, when the
brand new.
ancient gods that once ruled this earth will return for the final age of mankind. A new
You're gonna
golden
be like
age
that, though?
where
Really?
mankind will be upgraded and changed.
Then
into
why do you
something
keep
else.
showing
It's
these?
important that each new generation born on summer I'll be made aware.
Then why do you have these monsters attacking everything if it's gonna be good?
That here the old gods are dead.
Old gods on new streets.
Well, there's the certain time when these constellations are aligned. Open the gate and let the old gods, those are the demons, come through.
In this new golden age,
That was the plan
ancient
in
gods
Ghostbusters
will
2.
live among men, on the earth, in control of the earth, just like it was, known by Christians and Hebrews around the world as the days of Noah, and by the Atlantean Age, or the Golden Age, by everybody else. What you're about to see has never been seen by the public. As far as I know, this has never been played online. It's an old presentation by Dr. Thomas Horn, laying out exactly what's about to happen. quality of this
What does
video
this guy
was very
know,
bad,
man?
and the
Who the fuck
audio
is
was
this?
very difficult to hear. So I remastered the audio and tried to clean up the visuals a bit,
Dude,
because some of the information
just
you're
some
about
guy.
to see has never been seen before.
What the fuck?
Symbols are powerful. Did you
Oh,
know that?
These fucking guys,
Especially
too.
to
Oh,
the
no.
occultists, symbols are very powerful. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. I want to talk to you about words and symbols. I want to talk to you about dates and all kinds of mysterious things like that. I want to qualify some of this in a moment. This is something for which I've been interviewed by U.S. congressmen, including Congressman Bob Ney, by U.S. senators, including U.S. Senator Rod Grams, by the History Channel, by dozens of radio and television shows, and even by members of the 33rd Degree Free Council themselves, and they have not refuted one time. I also believe that these forces can be powerful. Do you believe that we war against occultic forces? And do you believe that they also sometimes can be powerful? They can be persuasive. Timothy gives us that example where Moses withstood by the Egyptian magicians Janus and Jambres. And Moses is sent by God to go and stand before Pharaoh, and he takes a rod with him, and he gives him miracles to support God's demand that he let his people go, and if he doesn't, this plague or that plague is going to happen. And yet here are these magicians in ancient Egypt who can mimic most of the miracles that are performed by God at the hand of Moses. They can be very powerful. We also learn in Revelation 13 that when the Antichrist and the beast appear, they will have the power
guy's
to
watching
pull
that
fire
Louis Theroux
down
thing.
from out of
Let's
heaven
watch
at
that.
their command.
Yeah, I'll read into
Occultic
the
forces are in the
mustache guy.
world. They can be very powerful, and here is the mystery. They also seem to know something about times and dispensations, and that is quite a mystery. The example I give there is where Jesus went into the valley of Gadara, and the wild
Non-subscribers
men
are
of
gonna be
Gadara
struck
come
down.
running up out of the caves. These demoniacs come running out of the
that's what he
cave,
means
and
by
they say to
demoniacs.
Jesus, "What have we to do with thee, Jesus,
You
thou
should just-
Son of God?"
When he says demoniacs, he's talking about non-subscribers. Okay, that's what he's talking about. So demoniacs can continue in their demon ways. I would just subscribe and not be a demon, but you know, I can't force you to. I will say, you know, these are good demons in the sense that I need you to subscribe. I can keep fucking doing this, trying some different things. Take my fancy nuts. Upgrade them, maybe. Would be nice.